committee and talk, we talked. Audit. That audit was basically, we looked at how schools were being reimbursed for providing Medicaid-related services to students. And we found a lot of problems, frankly. We identified there had been a lot of overpayments, wasteful payments, about $83 million worth of wasteful payments. There was $573,000 worth of overpayments, and we said, you know, if they would just move the payment process from fee-for-service and have the MCOs pay for it, it would save the state $22.5 million per year. We're already paying the MCOs to provide coverage for these school students, but while they're in the school environment, we pay for those services that should be covered by the MCOs in a fee-for-service arrangement. So not only are we paying for that, but we also have staff and people that we're paying to process claims and what have you for these fee-for-service claims when it should be done through the MCO. So we suggested that they make that change. Now, I understand that they may have to change the contract a little bit, but that's okay. But it would save quite a bit of money, and I know that's what this committee is all about, is saving money. That audit was published on April the 14th, 2025, and any of the audits or anything I'm talking about are available on our website. If you go to the Attorney General's website, look up our Office of Inspector General, or you can just simply Google us, and all that's available to anybody that wants to see those. Any audit report we've published is available out there. So I would encourage people to take a look at that. So some of the questions that we were asking during the reimbursement audit was, does KDHE have an effective system for processing and tracking school-based Medicaid fee-for-service claims? And our answer was no. There was numerous errors found with the claims and supporting documents, and I'll go into the supporting document piece here in a minute. The other question we asked is, does KDHE have adequate policies and procedures that promote effective and efficient school-based Medicaid programs? Discrepancies and contradictions were found throughout KDHE policies when compared to federal guidance, and we identified those and pointed out to them what needs to be changed. We also asked the question is, does KDHE or does the Kansas Department of Education have sufficient oversight processes in place to ensure individual education plans, IEPs, are complete and support medical necessity when services are billed to Medicaid? And we noted that there were numerous issues were noted with IEPs lacking proper approvals and parent signatures. So some of the things we highlighted in our executive summary were about claims that should be paid by MCOs, and I've talked about that already, that we're paying the monthly capitation to MCOs to provide coverage for the same beneficiaries that are supposed to be receiving medically necessary services while attending school. We looked at all the various school populations, and we determined over the 25-month period of the audit, about $46 million was paid out. That averages out to $1.8 million per month for that. And we just did the calculation that works out that to $22.5 million per year if they would make that one simple change. We also found that invalid claims have been paid. One school used an invalid national provider identifier, otherwise known as an NPI, on their claims in the referring provider field. The NPI was issued to a former director of business at a school and was used on claims for 242 out of 316 beneficiaries, or basically 77% of all beneficiaries. That individual had no medical affiliation, which is key. The individual left the LEA several years prior to the audit period. However, the claims continue to contain that individual's NPI number. The LEA was paid $596,000 for all claims, of which 65%, or $390,000, contained the invalid NPI. These payments were non-compliant with the federal regulations due to the NPI not being assigned to a non-medical professional. I want to talk about that piece a little bit. We found through other work that we've done that NPIs are issued by CMS, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. Problem is they do nothing to verify the validity of the person's credentials, and that's right on their website. When you go in to enroll for an MPI number, we think that CMS would be doing some fact checking or verifying who people are. Completely not the case at all. Anybody in this room could apply for an MPI number and get one by falsely claiming to be a medical professional. Don't do that, but you could. So that's what we found.
I just have a quick
Yes, ma'am.
question. So how did this person with no medical background, do we know what they put on their application to get an NPI? If part of the application is you verify you're a medical provider and they weren't, did they claim that on their
Yes,
application?
that's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
They sure did. Now, that was so long ago that it's outside the statute of limitations. There's no prosecution there. But the school continued to use that invalid NPI number that he had obtained even after he had left and continued to use it. Now, where part of the failure is Gainwell, which is the fiscal agent for KDHE, is supposed to be verifying NPI numbers, and they failed at that responsibility. Because if they would have done their due diligence, they would have noted that this couldn't possibly be true.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but
No problem.
I have a question. So they failed to do their responsibility that we contract with them to do. Was there any consequence to Gainwell for not doing their job?
We identified that to KDHE, and KDHE is looking at that issue.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So one of the other issues, and I've talked about this before, but I think it bears repeating, is we found that with the schools there was a lack of background investigations being done. Medicaid service providers do not have routine background checks in the state of Kansas. They're not required to by law. The audit revealed that 72 of the 231 providers we looked at, or otherwise 31%, did not have proof that background checks had been completed at the time of our request for records. We also found that 5 of the schools performed the background checks on 14 of the 72 providers after they received our request for records, which to me is a pretty good indication they had not done them, and they thought, so, oops, we need to get that caught up. We also found that KMAP rules for fee-for-service requires that a mandatory search for Medicare and Medicaid exclusion websites be checked. And of the 231 practitioners reviewed, only 10 files showed that these searches were completed, resulting in 96 non-compliance. What they're looking for with that is people who have been suspended or debarred from providing Medicaid services. And those searches simply weren't being done, or there's no evidence that they had completed them in the records that we received from the schools when we requested them. But I want to go back to the background check piece of it. Certified teachers have a background check done whenever they enroll to be a certified teacher in the state of Kansas. As long as they do not let their license lapse or move out of the state and move back in, they will never have another background investigation done. They have a thing called wrap back that is set up through KBI, whereas if the person commits a crime or arrested for something, that would certainly be brought to their attention, but it's only if they do that crime in the state of Kansas. If they go to Missouri and commit a crime, state of Kansas will never be made aware of it. So it's kind of an ineffective system. We had proposed in our audit that all education professionals have a background check every 5 years. And we'd also asked that, because it's just not the certified teachers, we're worried about people who provide counseling services, therapy services, bus drivers, school teachers, coaches. None of those people get background investigations unless the school district provides it. The Department of Education does not mandate that schools do this. They leave it up to each individual school district, so we end up with a patchwork of background checks being done on school people. And you don't have to watch the news very long to hear about a situation where a counselor or a coach or somebody was somehow involved in some sort of impropriety with a student to understand that that's dangerous business. And it's not going to catch somebody that's never been caught, but goodness knows that there's people out there that have those problems. We also looked at physicians' orders being required. Individual therapy and group therapies were two most common services provided. We looked at test beneficiaries who received the therapy. The service was marked in the LEA manual saying that they required a physician's order. However, only 6 of our test beneficiaries had signed orders, resulting in a 90% non-compliance. That's a big number, 90% non-compliance. We also looked at the group about group therapies, and again, this was a item that required a physician's order, and we found that 11 of our test beneficiaries and 46 of the files lacked their order, resulting in an 81% noncompliance. That's kind of a tough number. When we talk to the people from KDHE, or not KDHE, but the Kansas Department of Education about this, they were surprised because their audits oftentimes find that there's 100% compliance in this area. And I said, well, what's different in how you did your business and how we did ours? We had asked for the records. Here's what we want. We were very clear about what we wanted. We got their records. When we talked to the members from the Department of Education about it, they said, oh, yeah, we get the records in and we find that they're missing files. So then we go back to them and we give them 60 days to provide the required records. And I've been in this business a long time. If I tell somebody, hey, you're missing a certificate or a piece of paper, and I'm going to give you 60 days to fix it, how many of those are fudged or made up along the way? And I'm not saying they did that, but it sure looks suspicious to me if the Department of Education has 100% compliance and we have 90% non-compliance. There's something going on with how those records are being kept. And the compliance issue is really important because these things require a physician's approval. They have to be medically necessary to be billed to Medicaid. And it would indicate that they're not. We also found instances where the individual or the student's doctor never approved any of these things. It was approved by a physician who had never seen the child. That's a problem. So we found that there were some areas of confusion between the KDHE manuals and the CMS guidance requiring physician's orders as well. NPIs for referring providers sometimes belong to invalid providers, like I said before. Claims were paid when the provider NPI field was blank, which it should never be blank. They're required to make sure that it's in there. And problems with NPIs were found in over 7% of the claims. And I mentioned this, that the missing parent consent on the Medicaid reimbursement over our audit period, an average of the 70% of the test beneficiaries had IEPs that did not contain the required parental signature or consent for Medicaid reimbursement and were out of compliance with both the KSDE handbook and the LEA manual. That's a 70% error rate, and that resulted in over $32 million in invalid payments based upon looking at the school's records. Parents have to consent to treatment for their children. I get it. I know Chairwoman Erickson, you're a former educator. Sometimes it's hard to get parental consent on forms, but you need to do your best, or at least document the fact that there was numerous contacts with the parent trying to get that consent. But you can't just leave it blank and don't worry about it. So that's all I have on the school audit. I don't know, would it be beneficial if you want to do questions now on this, or you want to move on to the rest of my testimony?
Let's pause there. I think there's probably a lot of interest in delving a little deeper into this. I have read the entire audit. If you're interested in this, I would suggest you do that. I've read it. It's quite shocking, the prevalence of issues with this particular piece of Medicaid reimbursement. So with that, let's go ahead and open it up to questions. What questions do we have? Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Steve. Gosh, not sure where to begin on some of this. So, well, let's start with, for example, the SNAP payments. A lot of schools are using SNAP, free and reduced lunch and stuff like that. Are you saying basically that, these schools are probably using that data to categorize a student as, needing free or reduced lunch, but we don't have the data to support that, and so they're kind of padding their budgets using that way?
We didn't address that specifically in our audit, but we know that for IEPs, for example, put more kids in what is considered at risk. And the higher your at-risk number, the more money you get for Title I, which is the federal reimbursement, has a bearing on that. And also we know that schools will reach out and attempt to get as many kids on free and reduced lunch as they possibly can, which then it affects the SNAP reimbursement. We know that SNAP bases their summertime extra allotment to families based upon the number of children who are on free and reduced lunch.
Are, you reveal this information to Department of Education and KDHE. How responsive are they?
I will say that if you read the audit, it includes the response from both of them. KDHE basically said, yeah, we goofed up. They agreed with most of our findings and our recommendations. Department of Ed wasn't quite as gracious, but they still agreed with some of it. But KDHE really readily admitted that they missed the mark and that they had areas that they really needed to improve on. I will give them a good comment for that. They definitely recognize that they failed to be watching the program carefully.
Okay. And one more question, Madam Chair, if I might. On that chart, you have one column that says savings.
Yes.
What does that refer to? Because like, for example, in the school, it says, there was 83 million in waste and 573 million overpayment, but then there were savings of 22.5.
Yeah, that was for 1 year. Is actually over the course of the entire audit. If they had been having the MCOs actually paid, it would have saved us $47 million.
Okay.
But we broke it down to a yearly basis because our audit period is like 40 months.
So those are actual savings, or?
It would be savings if the KDHE took our suggested change.
Okay, so like if they were to claw back that,
Either claw back or just they would save that money going forward if they would have, if they hadn't been doing that process, which we never understood why we were paying for this under fee-for-service in the first place. When Kansas moved over to become a managed care state, why didn't they move this over as well? And if you read the report, you'll find that the profits for the MCOs went up a lot during this period because they weren't out of pocket all this money. So it really helps the MCO's bottom line, which, I mean, that's not really our goal to help their bottom line, but they should make a profit. But they were making like a 13% profit when the industry standard's closer to 2%. CMS, by the way, also recommends that payments like this should be done through an MCO if you're a managed care state, should not be a fee-for-service model. So CMS's own recommendations say don't do this, but we were doing it.
right. Is it double billing going on?
Well, it's not really double billing, but it is a situation where the state has said, hey, MCO, we will pay for all these services these students receive. And we went so far as to look at how some of the kids on some of the service they were receiving during the school year, what happened during the summer. And for the most part, they stopped receiving the services altogether. And for a child who needs speech therapy and things like that and group therapies, it's actually a bad thing for them to stop receiving them. So the MCO wasn't covering them during non-school setting, which is also troubling. Because if they genuinely need it, if it's truly medically necessary, which we call in and question a lot of times, maybe the medical necessity wasn't there when you have non-medical professionals approving them to get services, maybe there's some bad information there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Alley, then Senator Holscher online.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Where does the blame fall? Where's the problem?
Lack of oversight is a lot of this. There's very little oversight, as we know, in a lot of state agencies. The Department of Education does desk audits, if you will, of the schools, but they don't actually go out on site. This audit that we did was the first time anything like this had ever happened. And we were doing it from a Medicaid standpoint. We weren't trying to catch the schools in anything. We were just simply looking at how Medicaid was doing these reimbursements, but there's no oversight. The U.S. Department of Education Office Inspector General has a few agents stationed in Kansas City. They spend almost no time in the state of Kansas. So there's very little federal oversight. As far as audits that are performed, you got to go look for it. And I'll say this repeatedly probably today, is the mantra when I came to Kansas years ago was there's no fraud in Kansas. Well, I know that if you don't look for fraud, you will not find fraud. And it's that simple. I'm a parent and a grandparent, and if I tell my grandkids to go look for their shoes and they say, well, I can't find them, did you bother to look? And it's kind of the problem we have here in Kansas is, did anybody bother to look? And you'll find with a lot of the work that we've done is nobody was bothering to look.
Are you saying that that's the Department of Education's concern, or is that the individual school district's concern?
Well, I think the Department of Education has a responsibility to do some of this, but they have one investigator who only looks at teacher credentials and that's it. So nobody's looking. So yeah, maybe somebody does need to be looking at this, but again, like Gainwell not checking the MPI numbers, that's a simple check. That's been revealed, that's being corrected, that's being worked on. But we get kind of casual with things, and if we don't look at things, we won't see it. And so I think there's blame to go across both agencies. KDHE readily admitted that they didn't do a good job in their responsibilities, and they're correcting that. I think Department of Education, but like I pointed out earlier, when Department of Education would do their audits, if you will, which are desk audits, they didn't actually go on site. They're desk audits when you ask them to send the records to you. And if they found that somebody was non-compliant, they would say, oh, hey, you're missing all these records. You got 60 days to provide them, and then magically they provided them. So, oh, you're 100% compliant. That's a false positive, that's a false return. Frankly, they should have went out and did a further investigation. Why did you not have all the records that you were supposed to have? You're required to by the manual to have them.
Thank you.
And to follow up on that, Senator Alley, this has been some of the discussion around accreditation of school systems. One of the requirements for accreditation of public schools is they have to be abiding by all federal and state laws. And so when it's pointed out that there are districts that aren't, and we question the department on this, their response is, well, are they trying to comply with? That is literally the response we get. And for the record, yesterday at the State Board of Education meeting, they just accredited every single school district in the state. Being made aware of issues like this, like improper payment of at-risk funds, but accreditation is, are they supposed to be complying, but the response we get, well, they're trying to the Inspector General's point, giving them 60 days, and then there's obviously some issues with the objectivity and credibility of some of the things going. It's a bigger problem than just this, I will say that. Senator Holscher online.
Thank you so much. I do have a question. I'd like to go back to those overpayments that you were talking about. Did you indicate, to the Inspector General, did you indicate what was the result of those errors?
I'm not sure I understand your question. I think what you're asking is about the errors, and it was because they did not have parent signatures on some of them. Part of them, they did not have the medical necessity part filled out, and that would require them to make them non-compliant, so they should not have been paid since they didn't lack the proper sign-offs by medical professionals and parents is what would result in them being improper payments.
Okay. I'm trying to determine if you're faulting the schools or, where you're saying the problem was.
Sure. Well, it does fall with the school for not collecting the necessary approvals, but then it also falls on the fault part of the state and through Gainwell for not ensuring that they had the appropriate records and doing the spot checks that they were required to do.
Okay, so it's my understanding that those overpayments were due to the contractor and their practices of not informing the schools. And it's also my understanding that the schools that are affected are repaying those funds.
I can't say for sure about the schools. I know now we may be talking about an issue that came in the news lately about that $11 million.
We're talking about two different issues.
That's a completely separate issue over this.
Okay, I guess part of my concern here is we're hearing one side. And my concern is, are we going to hear from CMS? Are we going to hear from schools? Are we going to hear from other parties that have been accused of different things? Because obviously it's easy to put things out there in terms of, what we might think is an issue. But again, I would certainly like to hear from, the other parties in terms of, what really is going on here. Because, I can also say, there would be X amount of savings if an agency took my recommendations. But my recommendations may not take into account processes that are in place for safety or other issues. So I get a little concerned when we easily say, well, yeah, we could save X amount of dollars without a whole lot of other information from other parties that are affected, and you have to actually implement the policies and the processes. So thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, appreciate that. And I think that's why we have people like the Inspector General and the Legislative Post-Audit to provide objective facts, and then follow up with the agency, of course, is always appropriate. And I'm sure we will take those steps in the upcoming session.
Sure.
Senator,
One
yes,
further point, if I may,
absolutely.
too, is I want to point out, in any audit report we publish, the auditee, in this case KDHE, as well as the Department of Education, was given an opportunity to respond to each of our findings and provide a response, and their finding, or their responses are included in full as an appendix to the audit report. So they were given an opportunity to respond and provide their responses.
Thank you. Senator Thompson.
Just one quick question. On when did we shift to the MCO versus fee for service?
It's 2014, 2015 timeframe.
So it's been some time.
Sure.
Quite some time. And this audit just covers, what, a 25-month period, I think?
I think it was 25 months, yes.
So it's very possible this has been going on for quite some time.
Oh, I no doubt about it.
So the waste we're seeing at $83 million could be multiplied by 8, 10 times. We could be talking close to $1 billion in waste over that period of time. And how much time do we give schools to correct this, or KSDE to correct this problem? And I guess my question would be, if we were, as a legislature, to hold them accountable, how, if by reducing the amount of money they receive in the budget by the amount that we have shown that they are, wasting through fraud or whatever, how can we come up with a number for that?
It's a good question, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions on this? Senator Alley.
It seems to me that there's two issues here. One is waste, and the other is overpayment. And a waste we can correct when we find it. But the overpayment, do we ever get that back?
We left that up to KDHE. As I've mentioned before, I don't have the authority to demand people pay back money. All we can simply do is point to the agency and say, here was an overpayment, collect it. I don't know that they've ever tried to collect that money from that school, but they were identified, they were told who the school was and what the circumstances were behind it. And given the opportunity, I don't know if they've attempted to recoup those funds or not.
In the paper, in my district, there was an article last week about overpayment for at-risk children, that they're counting at-risk children. Perhaps those children weren't qualified for free and reduced lunch. And we've been paying those overpay. But the free and reduced lunch is not the problem, but the 49% bonus for an at-risk child is a problem. And so I see waste as one thing. We can correct waste, but when we're overpaying and nobody's has teeth to go get that money back,
Right.
That's where we have another big problem.
Sure. Now, we've identified in some of our prior reports that there were significant overpayments, and the agency at the time said, we're not doing it. We're not going to recoup that money. And I can't force, I've talked about this before in front of this committee, and I lack that authority. Probably shouldn't have that authority on top of it, but all we can do is point to, there it is, but we can't make them go get it.
Thank you.
Well, you can't, but I believe we do have a mechanism for that. We just have to have the will to exercise it. So there's been a lot of discussion, but as I look at this, and as I said, I read the full report, some of this to me is just pretty black and white. And the one that, it's all concerning, but not getting parental consent, that's not subjective to any kind of interpretation. If you don't have parental consent, those services should not be provided to that child and billed. I mean, so some of this is pretty cut and dry, in my opinion. How we stop it, sadly, unless we put teeth in it, we're going to continue to get reports like this. So I think that's where we come in the charge of this committee. Are there any other questions on this particular item before we move forward? Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just echo Senator Alley's that for the state, there's actually multiple sources of if we can say certainly waste. As Senator Alley highlighted, I think that these findings highlight something that a lot of us have had constituents come to us to say, like, we feel like, they qualified my kid for an IEP and it doesn't make sense. And then we have other parents that say, my kid has an IEP and they're not getting the services that they need. And we see this huge jump in the number of kids that are being qualified as at risk or as an IDEA student. And I think that this would indicate that could be a reality. And so we have this double-edged source of costs where there's Medicaid overpayment, but then there's also overpayment on at-risk and special education students in Kansas. So it would be interesting to dive into the numbers to get an idea of taking the Inspector General's findings on noncompliance and translating that into what does that also mean from potential, at least say IDEA and students with IEPs, what that potential compliance and overpayment is when we're talking about special education and at-risk funding.
Yeah, good point. And we have taken a lot of time on the Education Funding Task Force to look at these specific issues. And one of the things that relates to IEPs, because that's kind of what drives a lot of this, is there is no mechanism for measuring how successful districts are in those meeting the goals of an IEP. And to me, that's pretty shocking. So I think that goes along with this being one of the pieces of the puzzle. So anything else before we move on to the next section? Seeing none,
Okay,
please proceed.
Thank you. Next audit I want to talk about, and this audit will be hopefully published by end of the week, but I wanted to go ahead and talk about it because I think it's important. It is a performance audit that was done on the prior authorization process in Kansas for Medicaid recipients. Our audit period was from January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2023. We had some objectives on there, and it says, one is, are there delays in the peer-to-peer review process under each MCO? The answer to that is yes. The peer-to-peer reviews can take up to 7 business days depending on the MCO, resulting in delays to critical care. High rates of prior authorization denials resulted in additional peer-to-peer reviews, placing an administrative burden on hospitals, physicians, and causing further delays. One MCO reported over 50% of its prior authorization requests resulted in denials. 2, are Medicaid beneficiaries being placed in observation status when they should be classified as an inpatient? Yes. Patients are defaulted to observation status when they are admitted to the hospital. MCOs appear to be abusing commercially sold interqual and middleman care guidelines, otherwise known as MCG criteria, to deny inpatient status and keep patients in observation status despite them meeting the medical standards for inpatient criteria. Where that's important is the reimbursement that the MCOs have to pay to the hospital substantially lower for observation status versus inpatient. And by having the hospital hold somebody as an outpatient or an observation, they don't have to pay the full rate to them, and that's really important. That's why that matters. And the third question is there consistency in how each MCO determines the level of care for post-acute care situations? And that is for people leaving a hospital and going to a nursing home, rehabilitation center, or just home with home care, those sort of things. And we found there was no consistency. There's no universal standard or federal requirement for how MCOs determine the level of care for a post-acute care determination. The MCO's individual determination processes are not available to the hospitals, and post-acute care claims are often denied without explanation. We discovered in our review that one of the MCOs owns the clinical criteria screening tool for prior authorizations. as a can-carry MCO using their own clinical criteria screening tool creates a potential conflict of interest. Having control of the design, logic, and algorithms associated to these criteria provides the MCO the opportunity to abuse the cost containment strategies for the purpose of maximizing profits and to boost performance metrics. Additionally, hospitals also indicated that they employ a claim review service provided by Optum or Change Healthcare. These services apply correct coding initiatives, edits to verify the claims coding aligns with the Kansas Medicaid or Medical Assistance Program, otherwise known as KMAP, requirements. That's a good thing. However, both Optum and Change Healthcare, the review vendors utilized by Kansas hospitals, are subsidiaries of United Healthcare. We found that there were delays and denials of medically necessary levels of care and post-acute care. Hospitals reported that MCOs delay responses for those type of requests, sometimes resulting in a patient being discharged without the needed post-acute care. Hospitals often wait up to 14 days for a response on those prior authorizations, causing extended delays and delayed discharges. Hospitals frequently change the PA or their prior authorization request to observation status to increase the likelihood of getting some form of approval. The delays in those requests reduces hospital bed availability, leading to longer wait times for ER patients and hospital transfers. Essentially, somebody comes to the ER, they have to be put in, the hospital has them, and then when they try to discharge them to a proper level of care, the MCOs delay, and the whole time they're having to hold them on some sort of observation status because they're no longer qualified for inpatient status. That ties up a bed, ties up a nurse, ties up staff until they're cleared to go home, and sometimes that can be up to 14 days that happens. MCOs frequent denial of hospital readmissions within 30 days, even if the new admission is unrelated. MCOs issue readmission denials when the patient with similar diagnosis are readmitted within 30 days, citing administrative denials for readmission. These denials often occur when the patient's condition necessitates readmission. Hospitals report that MCOs frequently deny requests for long-term acute care hospitalization, which is the highest level placement, steering patients toward lower post-acute care options. Instead, these denials often lead to preventable hospital readmissions, which the MCO then refuses to cover. Additionally, the MCOs frequently reject readmission claims within 30 days of discharge, even if the subsequent readmission is unrelated. This causes hospitals to lose money when claims are associated with it. We also did an analysis of trends. We found that the number of denied claims for hospital services averaged only 7% of all denied claims. However, the value of the claims is disproportionately high of over 64%. There's a breakdown in everything. So they deny only 7%, but it makes up 64% of the total claim value. So on paper, it looks pretty good, but we only deny 7% of our claims, but it's the big ones. Now, as far as breaking this down a little bit, what does all this mean? MCOs do not like to put somebody in inpatient status first off. They request the hospital hold them in a casual status or an observation status, which is a far cheaper rate. If they eventually do put them in to the hospital, then on the back end when they go to leave, we run into further delays because the MCOs don't want to give the hospital place, and also they don't want to approve them to go to a nursing home or an LTAC or in these other places because of the cost. They want to send them home with maybe home care. And the dirty trick that happens is if you get discharged from the hospital and then 2 weeks later you have to be readmitted, even for an different reason, the MCO tells the hospital, you shouldn't have let them go, so we're not going to pay your first claim. That's right in the FMAP guidance. And we identified that in our audit report and told KDHE they need to take a look at that because that is unfair to hospitals. Particularly, we worry about our small rural hospitals struggling. So they've had somebody come into their emergency room or to their hospital and they keep them for a week and then they're told to discharge them because they no longer meet inpatient criteria and they're told to just send them home. A week later, they relapse or have a problem. They get sent back and the MCOs then deny the original set of claims because you never should have let them go. We found that to be an interesting finding. That's all I have on that if you want to.
Let's stop and see if there are questions. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. maybe I'm misreading this, but you're telling me that the MCOs are the ones that are making the decision about whether it's inpatient or send them to nursing home or send them home?
The doctor that sees the patient puts a recommendation. They have to do a request, prior authorization request, that gets denied a lot of the times. And then they have to do a peer-to-peer discussion with the doctors that work for the MCO. So yes, the MCO ultimately has the final word. The hospitals have to tie up their doctor to have arguments with the doctor from the MCO. And if the MCO doesn't capitulate, they can take it to a fair hearing process, which requires hiring attorneys, long delays. A lot of hospitals just say, you know what, we just give up. We just accept whatever they'll give us and we move on because it's not worth the aggravation. And in the audit report, we talk about it. I didn't cover it right here, but one of the other problems that happens is the peer-to-peer thing oftentimes is not with the doctor at the MCO, it's the same specialty. If you have somebody in for like cardiology issues, you may be talking to a gynecologist from the MCO. You're not talking to a cardiologist from the MCO, but the hospital's cardiologist is tied up talking to a doctor. It's not even their specialty about it, and they're making their decisions based on that. So that makes it very difficult for them, and oftentimes they only want to do the peer-to-peers from literally banker's hours, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. So if you have a doctor who's a night shift or an emergency room doctor who only works during the nights, they're not even, unless they stay over, they can't do the peer-to-peer. It has to be somebody, one of their colleagues that tries to defend the case with the MCO.
It seems like we should have an outside review and not have the person paying the bill making that determination. Should be someone from outside. And during the 14 days, down here it says hospitals waited 14 days for that. What happens to the patient? Are we worried about what happens to the patient during that 14 days?
Yeah, they sit in the hospital and they're put in observation status, and and sometimes they get better during that period, and then the MCOs are able to declare victory because, they're better, so now they don't need to go to a nursing home, they can just go home, right? But the hospital's getting reimbursed on a very low rate. That observation rate's really low, but it ties up a bed, it ties up staff. And then some hospitals report that they're full. Well, the reason they report that they're full is because their beds are full of people that should have been released already, and they're not because the MCOs are delaying release of the patient. And the hospitals don't want to release them without authorization to do so, because if they relapse and come back, then they end up losing their claims for the initial stay.
Thank
you.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've got 3 Medicaid MCOs
Yes, sir.
authorized. How many MCOs are there? There's not that many anyhow, right?
Well, there's 3 in the state of Kansas.
Right.
But some states, like Texas, have like 20 some odd MCOs.
Okay, within the state of Kansas, is there real competition for that MCO position for Medicaid? I'm just curious. I
Yes.
should know this, but I don't.
No, as you might recall, there was quite a contentious lawsuit over Healthy Blue getting the MCO slot over Aetna recently. So yes, there is competition, and I think there were a total 7 companies that applied for the MCO, this most recent
Okay,
MCO
so
contract.
we're not just limited to 3, but that's 3 is what we approve. Is there any morbidity data available for, when they do this, put them on observation, release them early, then they come back? And I don't know if there's any kind of way to track that.
There might be. That was within the scope of our audit, unfortunately. So we have to be really careful when we do our audits, not to scope creep. That's an auditing word. Because, man, sometimes you see other red flags out there and you really want to go get it, but you have to stay within the scope somewhat.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you have in here that this, the value of the denied claims is 64%. Is there kind of a predictor, like a dollar threshold, where you start seeing a change in the probability that that claim is declined. So like, you know, if you're 10,000 or below, you're pretty good. 10 to 20,000, it starts getting worse, and you get over 20,000, all of a sudden your denial rate goes up to like 90%. Like, is there a threshold that there's an
If my analyst saw it, they didn't say, and she's usually pretty talented, she would have noticed that there was a sudden snap over.
Okay.
But it was, when she did her analysis of this, she was like really surprised that there's a small number of overall claims, but how significant, it was always the large number ones. But I can ask her to take a look at that if you like and see if there's a predictor for that. But she was the one who brought this to my attention and said, we really need to put this in our report because it's really shocking that the value, it's all the big dollar claims that get denied.
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, these are obviously very integrated organizations, many times a subsidiary of a subsidiary, all tied to kind of a same parent. And it kind of seems like, even in the case of our Kansans that are on Medicaid, there's a thumb on the scale to ensure maximum profitability when it comes to delivery of healthcare and reimbursement. So thank you for the work that your team put into this.
Thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I hesitate to use the word game, but do you find maybe on both sides of it that they're maybe try to game the situation? You know what I mean? As far as, you know, what's likely to happen, so you try to maneuver one way or the other to, and I mean on both sides, to try to get compensated and to try not have to compensate. And is there?
Well, I mean, obviously, both sides are typically for profit. They're going to try to do things to maximize their profits. And as long as you're playing the game, to use your words, sir, fairly, then there's no problem with that. It's just that whenever you stack the deck, I play a little poker, and as long as you don't stack the deck in your favor, it's a fair game. But for people who might try to stack the deck in their favor, and I think what we show here is that hospitals are struggling to maintain profitability. And yeah, sometimes they're to blame because they miscode or do things like that. But overall, our indications are the MCOs have the deck in their favor at this point, which makes it difficult. Some of the larger hospitals reported to us that they had to hire a lot of extra staff just to handle claims, which eats into their profitability. So.
Right. Yeah, and it's your job to find whether they're dealing off the bottom of the deck or have aces up their sleeves.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, very good, thank you.
So I want to delve into a little bit the conflict of interest. I completely understand the balance between making sure that we're providing the services necessary for the patients we serve and the MCOs being able to provide enough funding to support that service that they're providing in order to make that happen. I understand that balance can get really tricky quickly. But did they not have to disclose during the bid process that they have this, that they, Fox in charge of the hen house type situation here with owning the PA?
I understand your question. We found no evidence that is a requirement, first off. And we've certainly found no evidence that they did that. We found it because we were researching the company's background and got onto the websites and made note of it, and we found that. I agree with you, and in fact, I think in KDHE's response where they talked about that issue, that they thought that it should be important for going forward for MCOs to reveal if they have a common ownership with that, because of the proprietary tools. So, yeah, KDHE agreed with the finding when we talked about that it needs to be revealed out there. So,
but currently it's standing. There's no corrective action saying, hey, you've got a conflict here. This is impacting quality of care.
There's nothing in CanCare 3.0 that says that they can't do what they're doing.
We need to make a big fat footnote next time this goes out for bid that we make sure that's disclosed. I know all of us have to disclose anything like that when we run for office. I would think we would have that same standard when it applies to our dealings with third-party vendors.
And my staff has to reveal ownership or control of anything as well. So I concur.
Okay, interesting. I guess my response to this is the first time I'm seeing this information, and I think part of it, it's just shocking. It's shocking. And We'll dig in deeper, I can assure you. Senator Thompson and Senator Alley.
Yeah, I want to make this is on top of the fact that the reimbursement rate for Medicaid's already low.
Right.
So not only is the reimbursement rate low, but these hospitals are losing all this money because of this situation. So it compounds the problems with the Medicaid for these hospitals.
That would seem to be the case.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Alley.
Piggyback onto his reimbursement rate question. Is there a different reimbursement rate for different institutions? For instance, is there and if MCO number one, they like patients that are sent to this hospital or this group of hospitals compared to sending over here to a small rural hospital. Sure. Is there a different reimbursement rate? Is there favoritism?
Well, I don't know if there's a favoritism, but there are certainly different rates. Each MCO negotiates different rates with their network, if you will. However, the Department of KDHE has, it's called a DRG, which is just a basic rate that they have to pay. And it's pretty low, like Senator Thompson's point, it's low, but there is a base rate that they have to pay at least that amount. What we actually find in places in Kansas is because there's a lack of providers and lack of network that sometimes they have to negotiate slightly higher rates to get somebody to sign on as a provider, particularly in specialties. Hospitals typically don't have that flexibility, but each hospital negotiates a separate rate with each of the 3 MCOs. Now, usually it's the DRG rate, but it can be a little higher if they want. We did not look at that, what you're talking about, that favoritism issue of MCO saying, oh, you can't go to a Centist, you got to go to KU Med or something like that. We didn't see that.
That's my concern. Are we sending, it's like you've got these small rural hospitals out here that may not have the expertise that the larger hospital does, and they're going to say, well, we need you to send this patient to these large hospitals, so we're going to give them more of a reimbursement rate than the smaller hospitals.
Sure, and as you know, with some small hospitals or critical access hospitals, they get a higher reimbursement rate by statute. That could happen. We did not look at that. That was not part of our audit.
Thank you.
During the process of your audit, did you find, I've heard anecdotally, that there are some MCOs that do not cover certain services, and so it falls to another MCO, or did you find that to be true? Did you see any indication of that?
Well, again, they have to have prior authorization for it, and certain MCOs will not cover certain procedures because they'll say it's not medically necessary. And our doctor says it's not medically necessary, so therefore we're not going to give you a prior authorization for that process. And if you want to fight it, we'll go to a fair hearing and work your way through that. So that's what we saw, was that issue.
Through the prior authorization
That's
format,
right. That's
not
how they control it,
necessarily
is through the prior authorization.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. So I want to talk about another audit we just kicked off. It's actually a review. We're looking at pharmacy dispensing fees for over-the-counter medications. These are filled for prescriptions and dispensed to Medicaid beneficiaries, and the process of the payments from the MCO through the pharmacy benefit manager to the dispensing pharmacy. We plan to look at the amount paid by the state of Kansas in pharmacy dispensing fees on over-the-counter drugs. And we're looking from January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2024. During a Bob Bethel committee meeting, a representative from Healthy Blue testified that their #1 prescription drug was ibuprofen. That's an over-the-counter drug. The review was, then we basically derived that from that testimony, and also my auditor formerly worked for the Board of Pharmacy, so she has some good background in this area. And we were looking to see what is the dollar amount that the state of Kansas pays in dispensing fees for over-the-counter medications. How many over-the-counter medications or prescriptions are being filled per year by Medicaid, and which are there medical providers that are prescribing Medicaid beneficiaries a high number of over-the-counter drugs. Now, the amount that is paid in a dispensing fee for an over-the-counter is $10.50. So for a $2.50 bottle of ibuprofen, we're also paying a dispensing fee of $10.50 to somebody for dispensing that drug, for a over-the-counter drug. Doctors will write scripts for over-the-counters, and we're talking about ibuprofen and allergy medicines and various things like that. And it makes it look like you're doing a favor for the Medicaid beneficiary, perhaps, of getting them a drug that they maybe would have difficulty paying for. Since it's a script, Medicaid pays 100% of their script cost. And you think, well, that's no big deal, but the hidden cost in all this is the dispensing fee that's allowed to the provider or to the pharmacy. And some of the things we're starting to see is the pharmacy benefit managers, which I know there's a lot of discussion about that, are scraping a lot of that money off, and they're end up getting it, so the pharmacy's getting not the $10.50 fee for doing this. So we're looking to see, is this program being run correctly, basically? How much money are we spending on dispensing fees for over-the-counter, non-prescription medications that are being written as based on scripts by doctors to Medicaid patients?
And I see that the review is from 2022 to 2024. Do you have in here when that audit will be complete? Do you have an ETA on that?
We hope to have it done by Christmas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Merry Christmas to us. We'll be getting some more information on that as a committee.
Yeah,
So-
that
okay.
is our goal, to have it done by the first of the year, by Christmas time, and having it ready to go. And we want to make sure that that's in front of the legislature before the session starts, so that if you want to make some decisions based upon that, you'll have time to do so.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this? Senator Alley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The pharmacy dispensing fee, would the patient see that fee?
No,
So the patient's going to say, it's going to be covered by Medicare or Medicaid in most cases.
Yes, sir.
So he would pay zero.
right,
And whatever you say, okay, Medicaid's going to pay $2.99 for this bottle of ibuprofen, but you got $10 up here dispensing fee that is paid by Medicaid,
yes, sir.
and it's not shown on that. So the patient doesn't ever see that, doesn't know that's going on.
Right.
But
And I
what-
suspect a lot of the doctors who are writing these scripts don't realize it either.
Okay, do the
They don't get a piece of it.
doctors don't get a piece of
No,
it?
the doctors don't get a piece of it either.
So the doctors don't know that it's happening?
And again, they probably have no idea that they're unintentionally causing this additional $10.50 fee to be placed out there.
Thank you.
Senator Shane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the scope of that audit, will you be potentially diving into looking at differences in how those dispensing fees are paid out between pharmacies owned by the PBM and pharmacies not owned by the PBM?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Murphy?
Thank you, Chair. You know, in the real world, if I go to the doctor and ask for a script for ibuprofen, he says, you go go to Walmart, go to Walgreens, go buy it. I guess I didn't even realize that they did this. Is this pretty common practice? I mean, how much is it?
I'll be honest with you, I didn't know about it until they came up at the Bethel meeting, and then my auditor brought it to me, and like I said, she used to work for the Board of Pharmacy, and she's very aware of this, and briefed us on it. Said we got to take a look at that. This is something that Coach would want to know about, and
Absolutely.
the legislature would want to know about, because again, it's one of those things that it seems harmless until you realize that, yes, we're paying an extra $10.50 for a medication that could be bought for $2.
Okay, thank you.
Who sets the dispensing fee?
That was something that was set apparently many, many years ago, and maybe by the legislature. I'd have to go back and review our notes on that, but it was set by some group, and it's just stayed in effect.
Okay. I'd be interested to know.
It'll be in the history of our audit report
Okay,
for sure. Yeah,
great.
we definitely cover stuff like that. That'll be in
Okay,
there.
I'd like to know how that amount is set.
Sure.
Senator Shane?
Just one thing I think to be aware of is, in some instances, there are drug preparations that there's an over-the-counter version and then there's a prescription version. So I do think in the case of like ibuprofen, the prescription ibuprofen tablet is a 600 milligram tablet and the over-the-counter version is a 200 milligram tablet. And so there's a difference in the dose in the dosage and the dose form sometimes in those instances. Now, in that case, it'd be interesting to know which one is the pharmacy actually dispensing.
We're
right?
aware of
So-
that, and we're parsing that out.
Okay, perfect.
Other drugs, there is none, like for allergy medications, there is no, but yes, ibuprofen, there's a prescription strength, which is the 600 milligram tablet. And so we are parsing that out and looking at that very carefully. Thank you for that, but yeah, we were aware of that.
Senator Alley.
I'm sorry for one more question, Madam Chair, but we talked about ibuprofen, but let's talk about a cancer drug. And this cancer drug is prescription. And they write that when they fulfill, and that drug could be thousands of dollars. Do they only get a $10.65 dispensing fee for that drug?
They actually get, my understanding is they get no dispensing fee. This is only for over-the-counters. They get their fee because they're selling the drug and they have their profit built into it. This is supposed to help with basically selling over-the-counters like that.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I could be wrong. I've been wrong once before. But when we've been looking at the 340B stuff, I do know that there is a dispensing fee on those as well.
Yes.
So I mean, that, and I think it's the same. I think it's at $10.50. So it does extend into some other things too, so.
Yes, sir. We're looking at the 340B program in association with this because that is something I'm very interested in myself.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And I believe there's going to be an interim on that topic. I don't know if this particular issue will be covered during that interim, but I do know they will be discussing that, so stay tuned. Anything else before we move on? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. The next audit I wanted to tell you about, we're doing, we call it HCBS, or Home and Community-Based Service Audit number 2. And that is a result of an audit that we published in it's audit number 2204, where we found an awful lot of problems with the Home and Community-Based Services Program. And it was requested that we take another look at it, and it's been suggested by more than one legislator that we do so. So we kicked that one off. So we're going to be looking at those services from January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2024. And we're going to be looking to see are there HCBS waiver beneficiaries consistently receiving at least 1 month service or service per month. That was a problem we found in our last audit. We found that there were literally thousands of people who had not been receiving services on a monthly basis. To be on an HCBS waiver, you're required to receive 1 service per month, or else you should not, you should be removed from the program. Also, our HCBS beneficiary redeterminations being tracked effectively to ensure compliance with program requirements. You're required to have a functional assessment every year. And we found in our last audit that wasn't happening. The third thing is our HCBS waiver wait list effectively managed to ensure equitable access, consistent prioritization, timely removal, and compliance with federal and state regulations while mitigating potential conflicts of interest. We're wanting to look at with the wait lists have been a big issue at the Bethel Committee. There's questions about who's on the wait list, why are they on the wait list, why is there such a long wait list, are there people that shouldn't be on the program? Our last audit found people that were on HCBS, were holding on a waiver slot, using no services. They should have been removed from the program and would have freed up a slot for somebody that was in the waiting list. But as recent Bethel testimony has shown, there are people that were on a waiting list when they were asked, hey, we've freed a slot, do you want to come on? They're like, what are you talking about? I wasn't on any waiting list. They didn't know. So we're going to look at that. Then the functional assessment invoices, are those being accurately evaluated and verified before payment is issued? We noted in our last audit that maybe wasn't always the case, that invoices were being submitted to KDADs for doing the functional assessment when in fact they were not actually, had not actually been performed. And then are the quality assurance checks conducted by KDADs through their designed quality management system or QMS effective and reliable at assuring compliance, accuracy, and accountability in service delivery? So those are the areas that we're covering. We've just started that audit in the past about a month and a half. We have a lot of background with that because of our prior audit. I would invite anybody that hasn't read that audit. It's available on our website, but it talks extensively about the HCBS services. In there is one of those ones where we identified there was $193 million of potential improper payments that were made by KDHE to the MCOs. I want you to understand this. If you're on a waiver, you're supposed to have somebody who monitors your progress and your services through each of the MCOs. You have a case manager in effect. So for the case managers to not be aware that you hadn't received a service in a year is incredible, frankly. And the MCO should be notifying the state of Kansas, hey, my client who I'm tracking here very carefully hasn't received services in a long time. Maybe they don't need those services and maybe they should be removed from the waiver, but that wasn't happening previously. So we're looking close at that. We also want to check those functional assessments. We didn't have the bandwidth at the last time to check functional assessments being performed. We have the bandwidth now. We're going to look at those functional assessments and see if people are actually getting assessments on a yearly basis like required, because if not, then they should not be continued. The MCO should not continue to pay claims, and KDHE needs to remove them from the system. That doesn't mean they wouldn't necessarily maybe still qualify for regular Medicaid based upon economics and other issues, but they certainly should not be on a waiver, which costs more. So that's what we're doing.
And the estimated completion on that one, do you have?
January.
January, okay. Any questions on that one? Seeing none, you may continue.
And I just made a note here, we had 2 other audits that are in the developmental stage, and I really can't talk about them a lot. However, after this was written and approved and sent to y'all, we went ahead and did a notification to KDHE and KDADS of an audit that we were kicking off, and that is a data sharing audit that we're starting. And we're going to be looking at Medicaid and SNAP data based upon our new responsibility. We're looking at the data from July 1st, 2024 to present day, and we're going to seek to answer the following questions. Does DCF and KDHE review data collection pages and image documents that are housed in the KEY system, Kansas Eligibility Enforcement System, to determine if reported eligibility information is accurate? And then does DCF and KDHE maximize system sharing capabilities to alert each other when there is a status change with a mutual member that could have a direct impact on eligibility? And then what policies and procedure changes are needed to take advantage of this available data? The reason we're looking at that is I have talked at prior other committees about this. I've talked in front of the Welfare Reform Committee about data sharing, because SNAP and Medicaid are both in the KEY system. They're kind of stovepiped, but the workers can see them. We certainly can. We have access. I know that they do because of conversations I've had. But you will have situations where somebody who is a Medicaid beneficiary will tell one story to the eligibility worker for Medicaid, and then they'll tell a different version of the story to the SNAP worker. And it oftentimes centers on who's in the household, who's not in the household, who's married to whom, how many kids are there, those type of factors. And unfortunately, a lot of the times the beneficiaries know what story to tell depending on who they're talking to get the maximum benefits. So we're wanting to see that kind of data, particularly like people out of state. EBT quickly gets notified if somebody is using EBT benefits out of state. Medicaid has no way of knowing that. But it's available, it's right there. The EBT people find out about it and they make a note in the KEYS file, but there's nothing to flag the Medicaid people. Hey, this person appears to have moved out of state, and which means they should have their Medicaid benefits cut off, which would save the state of Kansas a lot of money, because sometimes the capitations are pretty extensive for people. So those are just some things that we're wanting to look at that data to make sure they're maximizing it. So we're going to look at anybody who's on both SNAP and Medicaid, which there's frequent overlap, just to see if there's differences in the eligibility information that was provided to the 2 sides, and look for differences. And then we're wanting to report that out.
We have Senator Holscher that has a question online, and then Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question about the assessments, if we could go back to that very briefly. I'm just curious, is it possible there's an issue with reporting? Not so much in regard to the assessments actually being done, like maybe there's a lag or there's an issue with the platform being used. Like I said, I'm concerned maybe that we're talking about an issue with reporting.
Yeah, you're talking about the KMIS system that KDED uses for tracking beneficiaries. We do know there's problems with the KMIS system. We had noted in our prior audit that there was an issue with it. In fact, KDED was given money to help correct it, which they ended up not using, which was a real surprise to us. But the KMIS system sends out a single tickler to people saying, hey, this person's due for their functional assessment, and then it never follows up. So if they just send the one notification out, and that's as far as it goes. That's a problem, and that needs to be corrected. As far as the lag goes, the functional assessment is supposed to be reported to the MCO, and certainly we would give some grace if there was, like a month lag, but it shouldn't be an extensive lag in there. And if that functional assessment's not done, then they don't qualify and they should be removed from the program, but it should be being reported from the MCO to KDHE. KDHE depends on information they receive from KDADS and the MCO about that functional assessment. They don't control that themselves. That's all done with KDADS and MCOs. Does that answer your question, Senator Holscher?
Senator
Okay, can you
Holsh-
hear me now?
Yes, yes. Did you have any follow-up?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm just kind of curious. I'm wondering too, is like, is a lot of this being still done on paper in terms of all of this reporting, which obviously causes lag times?
I'm not aware of the lag times. It certainly has not been reported to us as being a problem by any of the people we've interviewed. As far as the paper piece of it, they are trying to get more electronic based. But if that's a reason for it, nobody's offered that up as a reason when we've done our interviews with staff from KDADS and KDHE.
Thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Are you seeing any trends in relation to maybe improper or fraud payments to DCF?
Payments to DCF?
Yes.
I'm not I'm just not sure what you're asking.
Maybe you haven't looked at that yet?
Perhaps not.
Yeah, okay.
Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To your knowledge, is there anything in statute that prohibits agency data from talking or being verified against other agency data? So, would there be anything that would prohibit checking Office of Vital Statistics records or, Department of Motor Vehicle records or anything like that to verify information?
Well, we know that KDHE, for example, looks at vital statistics information like death records. They get that information now. We do know that. As far as DMV records, maybe, I'm not sure. What we find that bothers us probably more than anything is that KDHE and DCF have rules in place where they discourage their staff from looking at each other's eligibility files. And that's in part of their training packet where the workers are told, that's none of your business, don't pay attention to that, you need to focus on this. You have to understand these eligibility workers are on like a piecemeal thing. They get clocked on how many cases or how long they're on the phone. And if they want to keep their job, it's like, let's go. You got to hurry through, so they won't take the time to research it. And so that creates a problem for them. But it's right in their training stuff to tell where the workers are told, don't be looking over there, pay attention to this, and this is what you're supposed to base it on. And it's interesting, and I'll just use an example because I'm going to talk about this case later, but KDHE, when somebody calls and says they're a pregnant woman, KDHE takes self-attestation. If you're pregnant, no questions asked. DCF at least says, okay, provide some proof, please. But KDHE won't do that. And KDHE does not look to see if DCF has already had contact with the individual and has any proof of pregnancy or not. And that's just something, one of those real simple things to take a look at. And if DCF questions somebody on their pregnancy and they report, they provide something that's evidently false or they drop the case, KDHE is never notified. So then we end up with somebody on pregnant woman coverage for an extended period of time. Under the continuous coverage, they're on it for the entire time of their alleged pregnancy and then a year postpartum.
Okay. Sounds like maybe some compulsory data sharing via statute would be potentially appropriate to explore.
Anything else before moving on? Senator Alley.
Senator, thank you, Senator. Senator Horscher brought up a point about paper copies, paper documents versus electronic documents. If we had this electronic document, you'd see the same document. You'd see the same information. Is that not true? I mean, could we not, it'd be one file. My file would be the same whatever agency I'm in. I'm still live at the same house. My birthday's still the same.
Well,
Would that not
Sure, a lot of the
satisfy?
documents are electronic, and they're in a system within keys called perceptive content that are scanned in. You can see it, you just got to go look for it.
Okay.
It's kind of like I said earlier about, I don't want to see fraud, so I'm not going to look for fraud. You got to go look for it to find it, and it's there, but you got to take the time to go look for it.
Have you asked the agencies why they have that? I know you said they are on a piecemeal, they want to get as many processed as quickly as possible, but have you asked them, wouldn't it be much more efficient to share the same data so you're not having to recollect and have you asked that? And if so, what was the response?
I did ask that during the Welfare Reform Committee meeting that I was in with members from KDHE as well as KDADS or DCF. And they're like, yeah, you're right. Maybe we should do that. But as far as I know, nothing's ever moved from that. Because I think for whatever reasons, the leadership is they just don't want to pull that trigger. And yes, to Senator Shane's point, that's one of the reasons we're talking about is we want to maybe encourage a legislative change that would require this to happen. Because I know this is a big deal and we're very worried about eligibility fraud. And even if it's not fraud, it's just making sure our records are right. We know that like SNAP, for example, this error rate's a big, it's 800-pound gorilla in the room is about this error rate. But one of the ways we could straighten out our error rate, because one of the primary reasons for an error rate being high is overpayments. We overpay people because we don't have the true picture of what their income is or the number of people in the household. So consequently, we need to be looking at that. And that data sometimes is available to them if they just look over on the Medicaid side. We frequently see that.
Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Something that goes through my mind is that, again, okay, we're doing paper charting. It sounds like in a lot of these cases. And additionally, every child that we're talking about going through this process, I mean, isn't the inefficiency more so, like I said, with the paper charting, but also it's the same assessment for the MCO, for CanCare, for the TA waiver, as well as the nursing agency. So, I mean, when you're talking inefficiencies, we're asking these people to do the same assessment when maybe the platform could be improved versus so many times of, like I said, doing these assessments.
Okay, well, we'll certainly take a look at that. Like I said, that has not been brought up as a cause for inefficiency. Some of the assessments, how the assessing bodies do their assessments has been left up to them. They use various tools depending on which waiver you're on. So there may be some efficiency gain that could be happened by moving to a purely electronic system. So we will keep an eye open to that.
Thank you.
Anything else? Seeing none, please proceed.
Just want to bring to the committee's attention, our office has started producing a new product called an issue brief. We published one on May 27th, 2025 titled, Do Kansas Medicaid Recipients Receive Explanation of Benefit Notifications? And an EOB, roughly to shorten that up, is a notification for insurance beneficiaries about services you've received. I think most of us, if you have Blue Cross or some other commercial type, you get an EOB every time you see the doctor, have an x-ray, a blood test, you get those. That's standard fare, except for if you're a Medicaid beneficiary. You get nothing at all about that. And it was kind of interesting. It came up during a Bethel meeting that we were talking about EOBs, and the Healthy Blue people were asked about it, and they said, yeah, we provide EOBs to all of our clientele. They didn't realize they were not contractually bound to do so. And so it was kind of an interesting thing, but we got to looking at it and found that no, the other two MCOs do not provide EOBs of any form. There is, and don't be confused by this, there is a small sample, I think it goes to 1% of all Medicaid beneficiaries will be sent out from the MCO to them saying, hey, did you get the service? The response rate is really anemic. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about that the beneficiary should see something every time they go to the doctor or get any kind of service done. I will tell you from dealing with like Blue Cross fraud event prevention people, they'll tell you that is their number one way of identifying provider fraud. And my wife's a former nurse. She goes over our EOBs like a hawk looking for issues. And I would encourage everybody to do so because mistakes happen, but other times there's just outright fraud. And because Medicaid beneficiaries do not get an EOB, somebody can be using their number to get services and they would not be the wiser. Whereas that could happen, you know, you have to understand is a Medicaid providers, if they have your information as a Medicaid beneficiary, they can bill all they want and you're not going to know. And unless it comes up and becomes an issue. And I really appreciate Representative Ron Bryce. He's a former medical doctor. Most of you, I'm sure, know him. And he tells a story about a individual who he was familiar with that got a complete total knee replacement by using somebody else's Medicaid ID. That was a coup right there, being able to pull that one off, because that's an expensive surgery. I've had it. But what we just are asking for is the state to consider, can we do better? Can we let people know about the services they're receiving? Because seriously, if you are a Medicaid beneficiary and somebody is billing you for services or somebody's stolen your identity, which does happen, and they're getting services, it can mess up your blood test. It can match up what medications you're on. It can cause a lot of health problems for the individual. Plus, a Medicaid provider billing like crazy on somebody, and unless somebody raises their hand and says there's a problem, nobody would know. I do know that the MCOs people will occasionally detect a doctor who's billing for stuff and they'll ask and provide the supporting documents and they can't do it. That's an indication of fraud. So we just are asking for that to happen. So we just ask that in our recommendations that the MCOs be required to provide clear and precise instructions during enrollment or annually or during change of MCO for Medicaid beneficiaries on how to use the MCO's portable and access their EOBs. They were going to have to update either their contract or by statute to have them do this. And we're just asking for electronic EOB. We're not asking for them to do paper EOBs, just do electronic EOBs. And it can be either per claim or on a monthly basis. And it should provide a list of services provided and the billed and effective is billed to whatever health plan. We're not asking to put how much, because that would just be a problem. They don't need to necessarily know that, but they need to know services put out there. The name of the provider, the date it happened, clear contact for the recipient of the services, and instructions on reporting suspected fraud. I think that should be highlighted, frankly, on how to report fraud, because frankly, a lot of Medicaid recipients do not know how to do that. So that's that issue brief that we're just recommending for that, and that was sent out to the things, and I know some people have seen that. We shared it with everybody on the Bethel committee, but we think that's an important thing that could change, so we could improve our overall situation in Kansas as far as our Medicaid people.
You alluded to it, but if a provider is fraudulently billing Medicaid, does that go on the patient's medical record?
Good. Yeah, depends on how they do it, but yes, it sure could. They could claim that they did this x-ray or did this medical test, and it would show up on that person's record. So if you go and look at claims, that's how it's typically found, is you go in, because they have to pursue the claim, and it gets billed to the MCO, and the MCO pays it, but then eventually that ends up in the KIMS data system, and those claims show up, and that's some of the times we look at those. And
That could be very potentially dangerous for someone who has falsified treatment or procedures in their medical records. So, anything else before moving on? Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, this one's relatively simple. We published this issue brief on August the 8th. Basically, it was a report, some concerns we had concerning the KMAP situation, which is the Kansas Medicaid Assistance Program, provider manuals and the accuracy of the citations within. As legislators, I think you might appreciate this, that we found that there were errors in the legislative or the issues that were noted in there, and sometimes very incorrect. So those manuals are used by providers to navigate the very complex fee-for-service program, and inaccurate citations of statutes or regulations can cause billing errors, undue hardships, and worst case, patient harm. There are 49 manuals that providers reference for the program, which I found that to be crazy. There's 49 separate manuals for this. But we found that in the 5 of the 8 manuals we reviewed, there was errors in 5 of those 8, which is an error rate of 62.5%, which would indicate that maybe there's errors in the others. So we just asked the KDHE take a look at their manuals, be more diligent in making sure the citations are correct. And they're doing that. They said they would take a look at it and they're trying to fix it. But that's an issue brief. We try to do those because they're quicker, they're faster. We're able to get an issue that comes to our attention out there. We have additional ones planned that'll be coming out on some other topics. So that concludes our issue briefs and audits piece. Now, if I may, I'd like to talk about investigations a little bit while in the remaining time. Nobody was counting on an early lunch, I trust. Okay. I just want to talk about an investigation we recently had a conclusion on. We had a Medicaid beneficiary who submitted a fraudulent application for Medicaid and food assistance by claiming to be pregnant. She was deemed eligible for poverty-level pregnant woman coverage, and due to her claim of pregnancy, investigation determined that she was not pregnant, and she had also supplied a forged letter from her doctor, or from a doctor, to support her claim of pregnancy and a faked positive pregnancy test. The doctor was not amused when they found out that she had used the doctor's letterhead and forged the doctor's signature on the letter. You can imagine how that would be frustrating, right? So on April the 30th of this year, Isabel Sanchez entered a guilty plea to 1 count of making a false claim to the Medicaid program and 1 count of making false information. That's at forgery. So she was sentenced to 18 months probation in order to pay $5,000 in restitution to the Medicaid program for her fraud in that area. We have additional other state-level investigations and 2 federal-level cases as well that we currently have under investigation and have been accepted for prosecution. That's key because we can do all the investigations in the world, but it doesn't always matter. As was pointed out recently, we do a lot of investigations that end up in exonerating the individual. We disprove the allegation. That's a successful investigation. There's no money involved. Nobody gets a dollar out of that. But let me assure you, if you've been accused of a crime, and some of these crimes are serious, and you get exonerated, that's a huge victory for you. But on the stat sheet for us, it's like, meh, you didn't get any money back, you know, nobody went to jail. But I think it's a really important thing. So we keep those really, we feel like that's really important for us to track those type of successes. And we've had numerous ones of that. But as far as investigations that we currently have ongoing, and again, that have been accepted for prosecution, that's key, meaning that we've met the level that they are, we believe that there's at least good probable cause that this person committed the crime, and it's a case that an attorney has looked at and said, I think you're right, and I'm going to move forward. So we've done that, and currently, the amount of money that's involved out there is almost $500,000 in restitution and costs that it's been for us, all right? So I'm just going to quickly go through some of these cases, and if you have questions, please stop me. The first one, the loss was $17,968. We found that this was a Medicaid beneficiary. Her kids lived in Colorado. She was claiming they lived in Kansas with her, which made her eligible for Medicaid. She's on Medicaid for an extended period of time. The ex-husband's the one that contacted us because he was mad because he tried to get the kids on Medicaid in Colorado and was told, hey, you know, your kids are on Medicaid in Kansas. So we went out and interviewed her. She actually admitted that she'd been doing it for some time. She did it just solely so she would qualify for Medicaid so she could get medical coverage. But it ended up costing the state of Kansas over $17,000 in capitation. Capitation, for those of you who don't know, is basically the monthly payment that we make to the MCO to provide services, like your premium that you pay for your own health insurance. And it really varies. I mean, a healthy child's capitation payment may be $200 a month, but for somebody who's sick or has other health problems, those capitation payments can be several $1,000s a month. The average, last time I looked, is around $800 a month. It's what we pay for each Medicaid beneficiary in the state of Kansas. So that's that case, and again, that's been accepted for prosecution. Another case, it was the loss is $27,477. This was an individual who wanted to be on Medicaid, however, they made too much money. So they convinced their two employers to provide false documents about their wages to Medicaid so that they would qualify. So, so that's going to be prosecuted. Another case we had, and this one's, it was a lot bigger loss, but because of not being able to prove that she was living in Oklahoma the whole time, the prosecutable loss is only $3,000. It was over $26,000, but we can't prove it. And again, we don't try to prosecute people for stuff we can't prove. Our cases are really solid. But she was a resident of Oklahoma. She'd applied for Oklahoma Medicaid, but was denied due to excessive income. So she came to CanCare and was able to easily pull the wool over their eyes and got on CanCare. CanCare is a lot easier to get on to, by the way, than Oklahoma or Missouri is. Plus, our benefits are slightly better. So that's why a lot of people keep CanCare when they move to adjoining states, because it's better services. So she used the address of a family member in Kansas as part of her scheme, but we proved that she lived in Oklahoma the whole time. And we used phone records and what have you to show that where she was at. And also the fact that she had an Oklahoma driver's license, and those things too were pretty indicative. The next case, this is another one where we have it's a $4,000 one for Medicaid. Their children reside in Texas, not in Kansas, as she claims. We found out that there's that capitation. We also looked, though, for the Department of Children and Families because of the capitation, or not the capitation, but for the SNAP. So the total loss to the state is over $17,000 for that one. So we're going to get that prosecuted. So it includes Medicaid and SNAP benefits. And we take care of that prosecution. Just for the benefit of the committee here, we talk about SNAP and our desire to be involved in it and prosecutions. DCF does not refer cases for prosecution typically. They don't have criminal investigators. They have investigators, but not criminal investigators. That's one of the reasons why we wanted to have the authority to pick these cases up and run with them, because they don't submit people for criminal prosecution. They submit them for administrative hearing, slap them on the wrist, and a year later they're right back on the program. And we're trying to get people prosecuted if their SNAP fraud is significant, get them prosecuted right alongside the Medicaid, because a lot of times people are committing Medicaid fraud or also committing SNAP fraud. So that's part of our goal with this. The next one is the loss on this one's over $126,000. This person lived in Missouri since 2019, but was receiving CanCare for themselves and their 4 kids. That's a pretty straightforward one. We went out and interviewed the subject, and she admitted that, yeah, she's lived there this whole time, and there's no doubt about the case. So she'll be prosecuted for that. She tried to make some excuse that the reason that she did this is the Wyandotte court told her she had to keep her CanCare even though she lived in Missouri. We went and got the court transcripts, and now that was true, of course, but we always have to prove things like that out. So that's $126,000 that went out in capitation for her that should not have. Yes, ma'am.
We've been told that they check eligibility annually. How did she avoid that for all those years?
Well, a couple things. First off, their checks that they do to check eligibility, oftentimes they send a letter to the last known address saying, hey, we have you on the benefits here. If there's any problems, let us know. And that's as far as it goes. That's called a passive review. So if the letter went to a dead address or went to somebody else and they just pitched it in the trash or whatever, they would have never got it. They wouldn't have responded to it, but that's a passive review. That's how a lot of reviews are done. The majority of reviews are done under passive reviews of, hey, if there's a problem, let us know. Otherwise, you're good. You're going to stay on the program. The other thing that does happen, though, is they may contact the person either via email or some other way and say, hey, we have you living at this address in Kansas. Is that true? Yes, that's true. And that's as far as it goes. They do nothing to verify it. They don't use like a LexisNexis or some of these other programs that are available for them to necessarily check those addresses unless they have suspicion. So if they get a referral from somebody that says, hey, I know for a fact that Senator Renee Erickson lives in Missouri and this is the address, then they might check it. But otherwise, they have no reason to check it, and they don't.
And I don't, just for the record. Not under investigation. Okay. Okay, thank you for that.
The next one is, this is a loss of $45,000. The total theft was $186,000, but we were able to recover $140,000 of that before the person spent it all. And this is a situation where we had a Medicaid beneficiary who was in a dementia unit, basically, and was depending on her DPOA daughter, who she got an inheritance of $186,000. The daughter illegally deposited in a bank account she controlled, which is not appropriate, and proceeded to spend it like crazy. Within 2 weeks, she spent $46,000. The bank got nervous, cut it off. We recovered the check through, with the assistance of Overland Park PD, and the money was the cashier's check was pulled, and the money was put on deposit and has since been applied to her liability, her debt to Medicaid, which ended up saving the state of Kansas $140,000 we didn't have to pay out in benefits. But the daughter's still on the hook for $46,000 as she improperly spent a money that should have been the state of Kansas's money. And the worst part of it is she did the same crime about 8 years ago, where she got a hold of money that belonged to her mother and misused it and got in trouble then. And she's a repeat offender in this arena. So, this is a kind of a sad case. I think a lot of you have heard about the 6-year-old little girl was found buried in the backyard of the family home some time ago. What we found, because we took a look at it, and we've shared this information with the people, and we're not trying to take any credit for the overall case, but just to point out that the family continued to collect or to have her on Kansas Medicaid coverage, even though she had died in approximately November of 2020. They continued to have her on coverage until June of 2021. And what was really unusual to us is they called and canceled the service and nobody asked questions. This was an adopted child. And somebody should have said, what's going on? Why are you canceling service on somebody who clearly is eligible? But nobody asked that question. But they did receive Medicaid coverage during a time when the little girl clearly was passed away. So that was added as a charge to both the mother and the father, or the husband and wife team on this sort of thing. The next one, this is a federal case. The loss is $214,000. The individual, it's kind of an interesting case, really. She assumed the identity of a deceased cousin and then applied for Social Security benefits and SSI, and also then married somebody using her deceased cousin's identity. And it's quite a twisted story, but the long and short of it is she fraudulently received $112,000 worth of SSI disability benefits, and she wasn't eligible for it because she neglected to tell SSI about her marriage. So they disqualified her, which then in turn made other programs bad. So she received over $13,000 in LEAP benefits, which is where they pay your electric bill, $27,000 in SNAP benefits because of this, but $214,000 in Medicaid benefits during this time. So the total loss that the U.S. Attorney's Office is going to pursue is $393,000 and change. So. And then the last case I want to tell you about is another federal case, and the Medicaid loss is $54,000. The overall loss is $161,000. And it also comes from a individual assuming the identity of a deceased U.S. citizen and received government benefits. The individual who did this is suspected of being, we haven't confirmed it, but we're pretty sure, is a non-U.S. citizen that has done that. And they receive benefits, and also were on SSI using this person's identification. And it was caught partially when they went to apply for a passport, but also was caught when they attempted to get a driver's license and the photo ID thing came up. So it created a problem. So we're working with SSA, OIG, Department of State, Homeland Security on this case. And one of the questions, of course, is did this person use that person's identity to vote? We're confirming that. So that's just a nutshell of some of the cases we're doing. And that we're working on. So I'd be more than happy to answer any questions anybody may have concerning those.
I have a quick question. On the employers who were convinced to fraudulently report the employee's salary or wage in order to get benefits, was there any repercussion for those employers?
There may be yet. Depends on the prosecutor if they want to take that, because they certainly could if they wanted to. We do know that one of them was a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. So there was some motivation to do it. But apparently, people act like it's fairly routine to do this. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but it didn't seem like it was an unusual circumstance that this might happen out there. So I would appreciate it if the prosecutor would take it up. We certainly are more than happy to provide them all the information they need for that purpose. But I can't say for sure if they're going to or not. All I can tell you is that the person that we identified, who's the Medicaid beneficiary, did that. We could certainly get them, even though there's a loose connection to Medicaid, because that's one of our problems, is it has to involve Medicaid or some other state program to look at this. But I do believe it had to be creating a false record that they knew was going to be provided to the Medicaid program, so it easily fit within the statute. But we'll have to talk to the prosecutor about it. But a lot of times they're just focused on getting the main person and doing that rather than going after the co-participants.
It never ceases to amaze me that these people don't understand when they're defrauding the government, it's their money that they are, they just don't seem to get that. So, Senator Thompson, did you have a question?
A couple quick ones, yeah. Number one, in most of these cases, is it just restitution that they have to pay, or?
There could be criminal fines.
Okay.
They'll be levied, restitution for sure, but criminal fines for them. And sometimes they do community service, those sort of things. The bigger amounts will ultimately lead to jail terms.
Okay.
And certainly if they have other criminal records, the one case I told you about with the lady where kids were in Colorado, she's got prior criminal record. High likelihood when she's prosecuted, she will see jail time.
Do you, with regard to that last case, you talked about the illegal, assuming the deceased identity and stuff like that. Are you seeing any other trends that would indicate there's more of that happening? Or is it, I know that's a difficult question to ask or answer.
Let me put
Yeah.
it this way. We have our head up, we're looking for it.
Yeah.
If we see it, we'll definitely go with it. And we're building that relationship with some of our federal partners. They appreciate having a law enforcement entity now in the state of Kansas that's capable, because again, I want to point out, prior to the start of fiscal year 2024, nobody was doing Medicaid eligibility fraud in the state of Kansas, period, underline. We've recently started doing that. So we are making that, and as we've gotten a few additional staff members, we are creating a presence. People know now to get a hold of us. The U.S. Attorney's Office told us, didn't know you guys even existed, and said, well, a few years ago we didn't. So now they know who to call, and we're able to work on these type of things.
And one last question, if I may. That passive review system you were talking about, is that, you guys do that, or is that just purely DCF?
That's KDHE
Or
that does
KDHE,
that for
okay.
Medicaid recipients. CMS actually encourages that process.
Okay.
I think with the administration change, that may go away. But during the Biden administration, they were really heavy on doing the passive and then they call super passive reviews, and very few actual pre-populated reviews where they actually send the person all their information and ask them to verify it. People can be kicked off Medicaid if they don't return those, but the passive reviews, if they don't return it, don't say anything, nothing happens.
No big deal.
That's right.
Is that being audited by them at all, or do you know? The KDHE, I mean, are they, they're sending it out, and if it gets it back?
No, we're the only ones that have ever raised any kind of an issue over the
Okay.
passive reviews. So in some of our other work, we've pointed that out with concerns over it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Senator Murphy?
I think, Chair, in relation to what Senator Thompson was talking about, is there any, what would have to be done to say that passive review be, okay, you've got to return this or you're done?
I,
That, you know,
I think it's a fair thing to do. I'm not in favor of the passive review system. It's always bothered me, but like I said, CMS allows it, so it is an additional cost to the state if they start requiring that. In one of our prior audits, we pointed out that the state was sending out letters repeatedly to people and getting them back saying no longer at this address, and they just kept on sending letters to the same address even though they knew. And it's like, why are you doing that? Well, we thought CMS required it. Well, CMS confirmed that no, they didn't require that. But it's one of our prior audits where we talk about that. People moving out of the state and letters are being sent to the last known address and they're getting them back returned to sender. But yet they send letter after letter after letter after letter like that. And it's just
that
ridiculous.
seems like a simple thing to fix. We'll have to look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, I would, if you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate you introducing the staff that you have with you today so we can acknowledge them and know who they are and thank them for their hard work in this.
That'd be my pleasure. This is Caitlin Thompson. She's an investigator with our office, been with us not quite a year, but she's really making great things happen. And then Sari Vasquez, she's a new investigator, just joined us about a month and a half ago. Interestingly, she interned with us, and we liked her so much, and she liked us so much, we brought her back. So, and she's fluent in Spanish, by the way, which is a real big plus because we occasionally get complaints in Spanish. And she also has the thing, she had the honor of interning with Representative Susan Ruiz earlier on in her career. So these two individuals, there are two investigators that we have on board, and we've been able to hire them because we got additional funding for our Medicaid fraud investigations. We currently have 3 agents as well, 3 special agents doing that. So yeah, we're blessed in that. We need to get a few more people that would allow us then to get over in the SNAP and TANF and other programs, but we are able to take care of that. Well, thank you for asking about that.
Thank you and welcome. Good to have you both here and thank you for your work. Committee, anything else for the Inspector General? We will look forward to the upcoming audits that you're working on, and I'm sure during session we will have you into our committee again for any updates. Appreciate all that you do. Any final words that you would like the committee to know?
No, I just appreciate the opportunity to address the committee and always look forward to opportunities. It's not a burden. I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing what the next legislative cycle has in store for us.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you very much. Committee, that is all we had on for our agenda before lunch. Again, be thinking about future topics that you might want to learn about during our COJ committee. We will recess until 1:30. go live. And if someone could shut the door, please, that would be much appreciated. So welcome back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. I think this session has been one of the most anticipated ones. I've had quite a few people say, oh, we're excited to hear about that. Everyone's kind of curious and anxious to hear. And so I know we have some committee members online, and I know we have quite a few folks online watching as well. So I'm excited for this topic. I hope the committee finds it as interesting as I have to this point. But we are going to have a presentation on using AI to detect opportunities for efficiencies in government. And Rob and I have had quite a few conversations, so wanted to bring this to the whole committee. So I'm going to turn it over to Rob, who is the Managing Director for Public Service from Accenture, and let him take it from here and introduce his coworker. And welcome to Government Efficiency. Thank you for being here. Is the light on?
It's green now.
There we go.
There we go. All right, we can hear me. Okay, well, thank you, and what a privilege it is to be with all of you here today. So, as you mentioned, I'm Rob Cohan. I'm with Accenture. I lead our strategy business for government here in Americas, mainly focused on U.S. state and local government. But I also work on higher education a little bit and nonprofits as well too. So. Very excited to be here and talk about a little bit of interesting subject these days. And we'll talk a little bit about artificial intelligence and what we're seeing here at Accenture when it comes to government and frankly, just globally, broadly speaking, where we are with that technology. I know there's a lot of controversy on it, so we'll try to demyth some of that and kind of go through that for you. And then I want to talk a little bit about what we're seeing in terms of the use of artificial intelligence in government, the responsible use of that, what that looks like. Ryan will kind of unpack some of that in terms of what's emerging across state and local government, but certainly what we're seeing in federal as well. And then get into, okay, so with that, what are the opportunities that we're seeing states starting to embrace? We're working with a number of states right now to really say, okay, how do we put this to meaningful, responsible use? And capitalize on a technology like this, but do so in a secure and safe way. So we'll talk about that, and then just close out with, what kinds of things, what the headwinds we're facing from budgetary standpoint. Just the economic picture that is sort of unfolding right now. What kind of things are we seeing that could be, frankly, capitalized on when it comes to not only artificial intelligence, but just innovation in general. What's innovation look like in government? What kind of new ways of working, new ways of operating, new kinds of services? What do service redesigns look like? How do we sort of think about a modern government right now, and what kinds of things, not just artificial intelligence, but what kind of other things might there be that states are taking advantage of? And some states are in kind of the startup stage and kind of just now in the initial stage of thinking about it. Other states are starting to make some pretty significant progress on these things, just given it really comes down to whatever their fiscal sort of headwinds, fiscal situation is. So that's what I'm going to cover today as part of our agenda. I certainly am open to questions as we go along, or we can leave questions to the end. Ryan and I are kind of used to kind of having questions as we go. So if you have questions as it comes up, certainly feel free to ask us. Before I jump into the agenda here, what I want to do is, first of all, say it's great to be back in my home state. I was born and raised here, so all my family's here, generations of them. My original sort of founding fathers, some of the founding fathers of Kansas here were Cohans, actually, that go back many generations. So when I come back to Kansas, it's always a great experience. My dad's here, so it's good to see him. I live in Austin, but family, aunts, uncles, dad, all the cousins are here, so it's good to be back. I want to also just take a minute to say it's good to have Ryan with me. Ryan and I have worked together for about 10 years now, really focused at the intersection of technology, finance, operations, services, and government. I spent a little over 30 years. Ryan spent a little over 20 years focused on this topic. So that kind of intersection of how do we help government do better has really been sort of the focus, not only of Ryan and I, but the group that we're in. The group we're in, the strategy group, really focuses on two things. One, helping governments, deliver more efficient and effective outcomes, but two, really embracing kind of new ways of working, et cetera. As this spring sort of became very clear with tariffs and inflation and, federal revisions in terms of their participation from a budget and just a support standpoint when it comes to states, there's kind of a calamity of things that were coming together that really kind of set the stage for us internally, where we pulled all the experts in this area together into a center of excellence to really double down, because we had a lot of states, I know we've talked a little bit with Kansas as well, a lot of states very interested in the how question. How might we actually address this? What are sort of the best practices? How do we think about benchmark? What's good government look like? And so the group that we're in right now is about 50 of us that are very senior, specialize in government innovation and more specifically government efficiency and effectiveness. So super excited to have Ryan here. Ryan's going to help me on some of the agenda items and more specifically take us through the artificial intelligence piece. All right, any questions there before we jump in?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Just also note that we serve multiple industries, not just government. So a lot of our learnings and realizations and things we do also come in collaboration with our peers that work in the private sector side as well. And we leverage those where appropriate for government.
Yep. Thanks, Ryan. All right, so just to frame things up, so we've done quite a bit of homework on Kansas. Kansas has been, you guys, thank you. You've been a great client of ours for the last decade. We've done a lot of work for you. We try to keep up with how things are going, where we can be helpful, all that kind of stuff. And, the headline, at least that I understand, is you've done a really good job to date, from a fiscal standpoint, keeping the state, healthy and in check, and from a finance perspective, certainly, it looks as though things are in pretty good order. So what we're going to talk about is now what is coming. So there's a lot of states in this. We're in a pretty good position right now. But as you start to go forward and look out 1, 2, 3, 4 years, what does then look like or the next sort of several years? And the next several years for many states looks very different than it does right now, given the various economic conditions, the financial picture, the federal government, and the role they're going to play when it comes to supporting states, et cetera. So we're going to talk a little bit about that as we understand it. Certainly, there's a lot of experts in the state. We know that when it comes to the state budget and state finance. But what we're seeing in terms of federal funds, general funds, and just kind of how that mix is going to actually switch over time can be somewhat material given certain scenarios that could play out. And so we get to the end of the discussion, I'll talk a little bit about that. But from what I've seen, you guys have done an excellent job really taking care of Kansas. And as it stands now, we understand you're in pretty good shape. So we'll talk about those scenarios as we see them, and so you can kind of think through what's next. All right, and with that, I want to hand it over to Ryan. Let Ryan walk us through. So we'll start with kind of what is artificial intelligence, where are we at, how are we seeing it being used, what does safe, responsible use even mean? Ryan will take us through that, and then I'll jump back in and start talking about what we're seeing in government. Okay?
Thank you, Rob. So when we think about AI, that has really hit the scene over the last year or so. And a lot of our clients, both private sector and public sector, are figuring out how to embrace it and use it effectively and responsibly. We as an organization ourselves are also going through that journey. One of the things that we've noted is that Kansas is on that journey with us, and that you all have passed regulations, policy that govern really the responsible use of AI. We've looked through that. We've seen things like making sure that AI outputs are not just trusted and used as is, but that there's a human in the loop that is looking at the information, making sure that it's correct and valid. We do that and apply that to our own work as well. We also noted legislation around using models responsibly and the correct models that are secure. And so as we, as a firm, use AI, we instill those same processes into what we do as consultants. We also make sure that we kind of keep our AI usage in alignment with the NISC risk management framework, which really establishes governance around how AI is used and who's responsible for AI and how it's applied. And so I just wanted to start out my conversation with you all today by talking about the importance of using AI responsibly in the work that we do. When we think about a government efficiency context, we look at AI as both a rapid analytical tool that helps us to get to value much faster. We also look at it as a solution for government efficiency in that we can apply AI to drive cost optimization, efficiency, and other opportunities. So as we do work like this with various states, I'm going to first talk a little bit about how we use it as an analytical tool, and then I'll talk a little bit more about how to apply it from a solution perspective. When we talk about an analytical tool, our teams use it as an entry point to rapidly go through government data and documentation that's publicly available, and there's a lot of publicly available documentation and data with respect to government across all of the states. And so we can do things like upload state budget statements, income statements, state of the state addresses, other sort of prioritization and program documents that are available. And then it can rapidly go through those documents and help us identify in kind of a prioritized order, what are some of the opportunities that are most likely to drive efficiency? And alongside that, it can provide some very quick and rapid views of benchmarks against other states and the kind of the size of the prize, so to speak. So what type of costs could be driven out with respect to these areas. But back to the responsible use piece, we don't just take that for granted and say we're done. We take that as a way to start using that to funnel down and then have our strategists look at that information and refine our analysis. So our analysis is driven from a hypothesis basis rather than just boiling the ocean looking at everything. So that's one way that we use it to really guide and help as we do government efficiency work today. Other ways that we've applied AI with other clients have been to look at revolving funds. So some of our state clients are looking at ways to fund the investments necessary to achieve the savings of their government efficiency programs. And one of the revenue streams that they've looked at is revolving funds. So these are funds that have been appropriated and that the balances of those funds can carry year over year. And what some of our clients have found is some of these funds may have been created temporarily, but then the people managing those funds may have changed jobs, or the programs have shut down, or the projects have shut down, but the funds may have not been swept and repurposed. In other cases, certain funds are paid for by fees, and the fees and the growth in the balance of those funds has grown drastically much faster than the expenses going out of those funds. And so some of the things that we've done with this is looking at other states, getting a list of those funds, and then using AI to look at publicly posted legislation and information to identify what the funds are, what are the uses of those funds, are there restrictions around those funds, and then we are able to dive deeper into finding certain funds that could be potentially swept with partnership with the legislature to then be used to fund some of the investments that have been discovered by the legislature or the executive branch. So that's another use case where we've used it. AI has also been very helpful in that there are a lot of policies and regulations that are posted online. And we can use AI as a starting point to scrub those and look through those and find potential opportunities to streamline some of those policies and regulations such that government can work more efficiently. Once again, this is a starting point that then our team can go and do the due diligence behind a strategist to figure out if there's really an opportunity there. But many of these policies and regulations have been around a very long time, and some of them were built in an environment that was different than the digital environment that we're at today. And so there's opportunities to streamline how approvals work, whether you have to be there in person, how many approvals you need, and things like that. And AI can be a tool that helps us identify some of these areas quite rapidly. It's also useful for helping find waste. I know you had a previous presentation about that this morning, but historically, a lot of finding waste was done by already kind of knowing what to look for. When applying AI, it can come up with new types of things to look for that you haven't thought of and clue you into different areas to investigate further. And so that's a really powerful first step that you can leverage and then take those, as I mentioned, and move further into a more manual analysis after that. So it can find patterns and things that a human may not think of or be really investigating fully. So these are some of the things that we help our clients with as we do the analytical side of government efficiency with respect to the use of AI. AI can also be a solution. AI, when applied properly, and as time progresses, is gaining more and more capabilities to automate different activities. And when we think about automation, we think about really applying it more in back office areas that don't impact residents and constituents' lives in ways that would impact whether they get certain services or benefits. But there's a lot of administrative functions where AI can be provided to streamline work so that workers can be freed up to do less of the repetitive work and more of the interesting analysis work that's available for government today. The next thing around AI is that it can also be used for things like call center support. So instead of eliminating people taking calls, it can actually supplement them. It can help them by being a coach. And it'll allow them to be able to look, it'll monitor the calls potentially, and it can help them understand the types of things to talk to constituents about, how to answer questions, and be a resource on the side, a digital resource that can help them move more quickly. It can help them transcribe quickly. It can help them also translate languages quickly. So these are things that are very applicable in a contact center space to make the present employee worker base much more efficient and effective. It can also be used on the IT side to help with the modernization of legacy systems more rapidly. It can help analyze what are the types of programming and the ways to do things so that you can monitorize your mainframe systems and things like that much faster so that you're not spending as much on maintenance and maintaining those systems. Rob, any other use cases you'd want to highlight there? I know we've done some things around processing invoices and things like that.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. That was very helpful. In the contact center, agent assist or call summarization notes, if you take a contact center and look at the sheer volume of hours that are placed on, I don't understand the answer to this question, it's coming at me, it's going to take me a few minutes. I got to go through 1,000 pages of documents. If you just imagine a very complicated claims processing, people calling in about questions around their taxes, et cetera. So very large bodies of data, right, that some of these contact center agents have to go through. When you talk about on the fly in real time, the agent assist, the technology is providing up on the screen, here's a high probability answer. The human still decides the person, but that cutting that time down to be responsive to that citizen calling in to say right on the fly as opposed to fumbling through all kinds of documents. And candidly, there's a lot of turnover in call centers. So some of the newer agents are going to take longer than the other ones, et cetera. You got a lot of dynamics going on to where when you get into efficiency and cost and how much is it going to take to sort of serve with these kind of technologies, it's really, they can get pretty impactful. This is more kind of on the front line, but it's one of these areas where we're seeing a lot of interest in the states right now because we need, a lot of states really are looking for how do we get more efficient and effective with the interactions with our citizens, and a lot of that interaction comes through those call centers. The other way the interactions come through is through like chatbots, and a lot of folks, many of us in the room, interact with like Amazon or banks or whatever in a very digital way through our smartphones. Well, as it turns out, that's how most people want to interact with government, right? So when it comes to what's the archetype, we as citizens think about when the interactions with government, it's if I'm going to call in, it needs to be really fast, and I want to get to the answer and be done. And it needs to be right, or I want to come through a digital channel, preferably, probably a chatbot, interact, and then be done. So the modern technologies, AI, that's another use case in that contact center example, where those chatbots can particularly in the modern versions of them. 5 years ago, they're a little clunky. Now they're pretty advanced. So as this AI technology kind of continues to evolve, they get pretty advanced, which the benefit to the citizen is meeting interactions, resolution on the spot, I mean, and understanding exactly what the next step actions are going to be. So we use that one in the front, kind of the front office contact center, because it's very citizen facing. The other example I'll bring home is in the back office. Across the back office, procurement, finance, HR, payroll, I mean, the list goes on, all those back office functions, lots of examples and use cases, and frankly, that's where there's a lot, in many cases, a lot of turnover or there's vacancy. So it's not that we're trying to figure out just for the sake of figuring out how to use AI. In a lot of cases, we actually don't have the workers to actually do some of this work. Invoice processing, I have a state that I'm working with, and I have been working with, so FEMA, you know, disaster occurs, you incur a bunch of expenditures as a state, you have to get reimbursement from the federal government. Well, you want to get reimbursement sooner rather than later, actually as fast as possible. You don't want to be out those funds, you don't want to float those through Treasury, et cetera. Well, how do you do that? Well, as it turns out, AI can crank through thousands and thousands and thousands of items on an invoice in hours versus weeks and months, which it takes humans a very long time. And when it comes to the eligibility of these items, like when you talk about FEMA reimbursement, some of them have to be made in the US, some of them have to be exactly of a certain spec. I mean, there's a lot of eligibility checks that have to be ran on it, and this kind of nuance, and when you get into that, this is where it's very prone to human error as well, so it's very tedious work to do it manually. These are examples where you're talking about not only a lot of efficiency improvements, but in terms of time to get the reimbursement. In many states, particularly ones that are being hit hard right now with disasters, this is a very big deal. So the back office, like invoice processing, imagine onboarding employees, just all these arduous sort of manual workflows that are very time intensive, very rule-based, so they're structured, they follow a certain protocol, policies are govern every single step. And AI can get to a point where the algorithm is doing that, of course, with a human in the loop, but doing that in a very efficient, effective way. And it may be a case where you just don't have enough workers anyways to do this. And in many cases, what we're doing, whether it's in the front office or the back office or even in, you know, the mid office, kind of the program areas, if you will, they're looking for new ways of working. The state workers are looking for this. Many of them even know that they can do this, but just don't have obviously the approval to do so. And they're wanting to kind of reconfigure those workflows to get in to these new models so they can do a better job and be more efficient and effective. So it's what I'm seeing with the states when it comes to AI, it's getting comfortable from a policy perspective, making sure that, you know, responsible use is known. There's a lot of, obviously, bad actors out there doing bad things with AI. That seems to dominate the narrative in a lot of cases. But the truth is, where we are right now with AI, there's a lot of, you know, security and privacy protocols, you know, firewalls, other types of technologies that are in place that can really do a better job than just, frankly, in some cases, humans can. Because even when humans are doing this, you have errors, issues, other types of security events, et cetera. So it's not like it's, in one case, we don't have any security risks, and the other we don't. We have, you know, security concerns on both sides. And for the stuff that we're doing, particularly in AI, the first question that we ask our clients, and certainly I know that Kansas, all of you have, is this secure, safe? Does this follow the standards? You know, what's the implication of the workflow, workforce? What kind of data are we talking about? And, you know, is there a risk of this actually leaking and or putting into some kind of unsupported use? So I'll just kind of close on AI. That's kind of what Ryan and I wanted to cover. We could go on and on. The current version of AI, I'll just close with, there's kind of 3 generations. I won't get into the technical aspects of this, but the kind of natural language processing, machine learning, we've kind of heard about that. There are a lot of chatbots during the pandemic that were on that technology. You know, 2 years ago, December of 22, we moved into Gen AI, which is this new version. It's obviously got there's a lot of discussion around it. A lot of us are even using it on a consumer basis. The enterprise class tools, which means ready for business and government, are available now for that technology. And yet we're now on to the next generation. So the current and what's coming, and it's hyped up a little bit now, but it's going to be happening over the next year or two, is agentic AI. The difference between the current version and what's coming is the current version is Rob is a worker interacting with a chatbot, figuring out how to be more productive and do a better job. The next version that's coming is there's a workflow with 7 workers in it. 2 of them are interacting with 5 bots that are carrying the invoice processing steps, the arduous steps I talked about, that are carrying that workflow forward a much faster way. And the 2 humans or workers are actually interacting in a newly configured workflow, making that, essentially driving to a better outcome. How do we get that invoice processed in 10 to 15 days versus 3 to 4 months? So that new setup that's coming, and this is very nascent, so it's not, there's some examples out there in terms of government. There's a lot in the commercial space, but this technology is fairly new in government. Well, what it's going to do is it's going to drive towards outcomes that matter, and you'll start seeing, particularly in cases where you've got KPIs, expected results, et cetera, that are not where they need to be. This new technology is really expected to help governments improve in that way. All right, I'm going to pause there, Senator, and just see if there's any questions before we go into, how do you kind of use this in government? What are the specific kind of applications?
Senator Thompson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Tons of questions. I don't know, I don't want to monopolize the time. So you're saying this next generation you're talking about, is that artificial general intelligence? AGI, not quite there yet?
Not quite there yet.
Okay.
Artificial general intelligence is broadly kind of defined as a capability that surpasses humans.
Right.
What Rob is talking about is for discrete areas of a process, you can have AI applied in a way that you tell it what outcome you want, and it can drive and complete that outcome. So it's more like a partner with your workers rather than you, as where it is now, having to submit very specific instructions over time, and it comes back and forth with you. So it works a little bit more automatically, but it's not surpassing, what a human could bring to the
I just wondering where you are along that spectrum. With regard to it sounds like most of the functions are more speeding up the mathematical process of going through accounting, looking at that. Am I correct in that?
Administrative. Yeah. It helps with that. One of the pieces I didn't touch upon was it can also help generate a lot of content. So it can be a first draft of policy that's written, a first draft of instructions, plans, strategies, things like that. It can generate a first draft of those, and then your team can get in and actually start refining and improving that as well. So there's that generative capability as well.
And that goes to kind of my concerns ethically about all this, because who determines, and there'll be biases, I would imagine, involved in determining what type of algorithm, what kind of weights are placed on these various decision-making processes, and do you get worried that there might be over time the lack of critical thinking skills that could evaluate whether AI is taking you in the right direction or not?
I think that's why we really emphasize the responsible AI piece. So there are risk management frameworks in place. There are governance recommendations and models in place that you have to apply AI for these types of use cases. And there are things like, where should AI be used and where should it not be used? What does the data look like that is used to feed it? Is that data have biases in it? How do you go about looking at that data and ensuring that there's no bias in that data? How do you put humans in the loop, like we've been talking about, to ensure that the outputs of that are thoroughly validated and reviewed such that it's not providing guidance or feedback that is biased? And in some cases, you may have such important workflows that really get down to making decisions for your constituents around benefits and services, and you wouldn't want AI in that at all. A lot of the use cases we're talking about are more in the back office side to help administrative functions automate more fully. But
Yeah, I'll just add, I'm going to add one couple things. So what I say is the technology's here, the strategy's not for government. And just, I mean, the risk frameworks, the governance models, the policies, even the architecture, you go over to the technology side, they're not sorted on what technologies, what security protocol, what security technology. So there's a lot to be done to get the house in order. But your question is very well placed. I mean, there needs to be a human in the loop in each one of these critical steps. You know, reconfiguring workflows, as I talked about, is key. You can't just take an existing one and say, just plug AI in here and expect from a risk perspective, that's going to be an acceptable use. So this stepping back and sort of reimagining, or what we call reinventing government in these certain areas, really requires looking at those business processes, those business steps as well. So, and as well, and then configuring where's the worker going to play a role, where's the AI going to play a role, how does this go through our governance process for approval, and then making sure as part of that that we've got the security and privacy, you know, the HIPAA, FERPA, CGIS data set. I mean, there's a lot of regs and regulations around this stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it's a great question, Senator.
And I would just add to that too, for an organization, government or private sector, you need to have somebody who's overall responsible for how it's deployed, so that governance of there needs to be a person in charge is very important. And yeah, I think that was the main.
Okay. And one more, and then I'll step aside, Madam Chair. I've got a whole laundry list. I guess my one question would be for me is, thoughts I've had, and I know we might have some limited transparency in place with some regs, but with regard to people who are consumers of AI-produced data, how do we make it transparent to them that either all or part of that data is generated by AI so they can make a determination whether or not they, how much they want to rely on that data?
I would say as part of these governance frameworks, they really do recommend that anything generated with AI needs to be labeled as such.
Okay.
So from the perspective of what you can control in state government, as a state government, you should ensure that outputs are labeled that way. It gets tough because when you go beyond the walls of the government and you deal with the external environment, it's harder to control. You know, there certainly are legislative levers and other things like that that get very complicated, but at least you can control what happens within your own house.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions, or Senator Alley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard this morning about agencies basically not sharing information. And if we were to have one agency that would enter this information and the other agency needs this information, they're going to go out and try to get it from the vendor or from the individual. Is this something that AI can do that could merge those type of databases and then could come up with the information we need, registration of product or registration of name, address, and phone number? That's something that they could do?
I mean, I'll take a first kind of cut at it. I mean, theoretically, yes, right? I mean, a lot of technologies could do that, and candidly. The sort of data integration, how data sort of, ports across different areas. Obviously, then very highly regulated environments, that's, to be back to the security and privacy controls and all those things. Usually, those are the components. The technology, humbly in my opinion, is the easier part. It's the policy, the protocol, the federal regulations, the sort of structure of that operation, and to what extent are they allowed and/or can they do that? But yes, you could use the AI technology. You could use a whole bunch of other technologies to do that as well.
And a follow-up with that would be, and we heard this also, was background checks. If someone was considered for a position, can AI help us with a background check?
Yeah.
I would actually put a little caution on that, because that is a use case where there's some important determinations being made. So you would have to set that up in a very careful way, definitely with people in the loop to make ultimate decisions.
I am not very proficient in the AI world, obviously, but my concern there with the background check would be the person that is putting the database in and the person who's writing the program for that AI could slant it one way or the other. Is that true?
I mean, like all data-driven tools, you would have to have the right controls, security, and governance around the process. And this may be, one of the upfront steps is certainly to figure out which use cases to apply AI to and which not to.
I'm just with another big one. Yesterday, we were talking about AI, and I reminded them a use case is not a business case, right? So just what you're describing is a use case. Here's the use of AI. Yes, correct, it is. But does that represent in our world of business like a responsible, meaningful, business smart way to sort of go about it? Is it ethical? Is it legal? I mean, that's a whole nother, just because yes, you could do it doesn't mean you should. So this goes back to the responsible use. NIST, National Institute of Science and Technology, really sets the kind of the watermark. That's what most states are following right now. So when it gets into what kind of uses, what are some of the best practices, what are the regulations, like how do we think about this from a responsible use standpoint? And NIST really kind of helps guide states on this, so you don't have to kind of be a single state trying to figure out how to do this. But that example you brought up is fantastic. That would be one where you'd really need to take it through that governance process. There'd have to be decisions that's made. And the governance process needs to be super clear, like how does AI get put to use and who's involved in signing off on that. States are all over the place, and the executive branch, the legislative branch, both branches of government involved, certain types of decisions, but making sure that process is set up is going to be critical for exactly the reason you're concerned about it.
Would you say that the best use of AI would be to do the repetitive task force for the tasks that we are, checking the math, all those type of things? And there's much more that you can do, but that versus decision making.
Yeah, it can provide some of that validation and recommendation, but ultimately you need a person to make sure that you're deploying it responsibly.
Thank you.
I think you all are going to share maybe some examples of how it can be used for government efficiency, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
right.
that may shed some light on how other states are implementing AI to find efficiencies and to deal with that. That may be helpful, so.
Okay, I'm going to start off real quick and then I'll have Ryan jump in because there's a lot of examples in AI from, again, back to my remarks in the beginning, AI sits in one category of innovation, right? So there's a lot of other innovation going on in government, going way beyond AI, and frankly has nothing to do with it. That actually speaks to government efficiency and effectiveness. So in my 30 years working with governments, I've seen a lot of things happen. The truth is, if you've seen one government, you've seen one government, right? Because governments are all over the place. They all have different, processes and practices. In some areas, sure. They've standardized in some ways, but the good news is there's a lot of best practices and various benchmarks out there of kind of what good looks like that goes across other areas of government as well, which I'll talk about, which I'll touch on. Well, obviously, this would take a lot longer to go into a lot of detail, but I'll touch on that after we do the sort of AI piece. But I just wanted to reflect on the AI sits in the innovation category as one, but several, probably 8 or 10 type innovations. We're going to touch on a few more, Senator, as well. Okay? You want to touch on this?
Yeah, and some of the examples I gave at the beginning are directly applicable to government efficiency, but they're things like being able to find those unspent funds that can be repurposed. They're about helping the analysis that you're doing broadly, like Rob's talking about, to find those areas of opportunity to investigate further, whether it's things like finding fleets that are expanding too quickly, building footprints that can be consolidated, whether it's looking through contracts and understanding how to do procurement reform or how to bundle procurements so that you can get better negotiated discounts as you work with the vendor community. So it can help you identify and do some of the analytics to do that. It can help with finding waste. It can also be used to help build out financial frameworks and benchmarks so that you can take the data that you have and that is available across the country in other states and at the federal level and really build out models and understand what some of your opportunities could be in comparison with other states. It helps with things like scenario planning. So we leverage some proprietary tools that we use that leverage AI that help us with scenario planning. And so we can look at if these conditions existed, then you would have this sort of scenario outcome potential. But we can do like 3 different types of scenarios where we look at kind of an aggressive, a medium, and a less aggressive scenario and kind of start planning based on multiple scenarios rather than just having a single set of plans around how we do fiscal management or deal with economic conditions. We also do that to help us understand in combination with benchmarks of what other states are doing, what could potentially be addressable by a state depending on how aggressive they pull these different levers to drive savings. So states that do very incremental changes will probably get incremental savings. But there could be a medium-term thing that looks at really rethinking how some of their programs work. And then there could be more of a reinvention scenario that really gets into a whole new way of working, whether it's leveraging consolidating programs, consolidating agencies, looking at new different providing models. And you can use AI to help build out some of those scenarios so that you can think a little bit more strategically about how you approach the work that you do. We've talked quite a bit about some of the automation opportunities. We're certainly seeing that in the back office around like things like invoice reconciliation that Rob touched on in the FEMA use case. And then we're seeing it also applied from a savings perspective to helping with IT modernization. So those are some of the things that we go to first when we look at opportunities. But I think Rob also had some opportunities more broadly about how to think about government efficiency that goes beyond the use of AI.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Okay, any questions on the AI front, Senator?
Well, so we want to deal with identifying fraud, waste, and abuse.
Yep.
So and I know you've touched on this, identifying, do you have like an example of something that we might use that you've identified, used AI to identify waste that wasn't previously known?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I'll give you 3 or 4 examples. These are big ones that states are using. Revenue, taxation, fraudulent payments or bad actors trying to get payments, refunds, et cetera, off of sort of the tax, and revenue process. So sort of using it in that case to identify, is this potentially, what's this, refund, what is this who is this person, in profiling and understanding, is this potentially a fraudulent or erroneous refund? There's a lot of revenue leakage that happens around just sort of the revenue area in general. There's a lot of states that have already gone down this road that are using it in that area to combat any kind of, so these are payments in any area of the state where you're talking about payments being made, whether it's in that case on a refund, claims processing, whether you're talking about in Medicaid, claims in unemployment insurance, any of the claims area, benefits areas where payments are being made. So the thing you'd want to think about is, how do we stop the payments to fraudulent or bad actors? What kind of revenue leakage could we potentially be experiencing, particularly in a Department of Revenue example? Those are the big ones that we're seeing in government, and there's a lot of, obviously there's a lot of interest in that topic these days.
And I would note that from a waste perspective, it's not just constituent kind of situations that are occurring. It can also be used to identify employees that are potentially using their permissions in ways that they shouldn't. And so I've seen AI go out there and be used in a way such that it helps identify areas that states weren't previously looking at. And so you can see patterns and things through the use of AI that can allow you to further investigate these areas of waste that that the state hadn't been aware of previously, is basically the point I'd like to make.
So, pardon my AI lack of experience here. So when you say that, like the revenue leakage and the Medicaid claims and identifying bad actors, does it look at demographic information or does it compare and say, oh, we've got two people with the same social security number? I mean, how does it flag those that may be fraudulent or wasteful in that respect?
So, I mean, it can pick up patterns that you wouldn't have previously looked for, and this may be a bad example, but it can find claims were submitted from, you know, a very large number of claims were submitted from a single address. Or it could be this state employee is logging in and looking at these records and things that they weren't, that, you know, you would have questions why they were doing that. I'm not saying you would apply AI to all of these use cases, but just general kind of analytics that are out there looking at different types of patterns that you wouldn't have recognized before. And in some cases, like this is your private data and you don't want to put AI into it. And this is sensitive data. So in some cases, these may be areas that are more ripe for other data analysis tools. But AI can at least help you in a sandbox environment think about ways and types of patterns that you should look at going forward. Historically, when you do analytics for things like this, you already know what you're looking for. AI can help you think of new things that you didn't realize you needed to look for that can clue you into this stuff. But I do want to note, in many cases with fraud, waste, and abuse, you may not want to have AI have access to some of that sensitive information, so you can use it in more of a sandbox environment to kind of come up with what are these types of things to look at, and then apply that using another kind of analytics tool so that you're not exposing sensitive data to the AI engine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the OMB, the Fed just came out with an improper payments publication. It's escaping me right now, but it's pretty profound how many billions, they dimensionalized it for states. Like, here's kind of our point of view on what the total corpus of improper payments looks like, and this is like came out in the spring, but it's substantial. They're kind of putting numbers behind this, which is helpful because a lot of states are like, how do we even dimensionalize this? So there's some publications out there that certainly we can get in your hands that the feds are issuing.
Senator Alley, then Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You just gave me another thought. If we used AI to check for improper payments, for example, and we allow that AI to get into our payment register, who's to say that's not out to everybody else then? How do you put safeguards around the information?
Yeah, I think it goes back to kind of that discussion about just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. So those use cases around AI, that goes back to that governance framework of let's make sure that the way we apply AI is used on the types of data that we want it to have access to, understanding that there are opportunities to, you just want to make sure that you're not subjecting certain data sets to it that you shouldn't.
I'll just try to put a fine point on it. In your governance process, because we're yielding to that process, so to speak, you're going to have your chief information security officer is going to be involved, signing off, and your privacy officer, whoever serves in that role. So you're going to have your experts looking at, it goes back just because you can do it, I mean, you should, right? And it gets complicated, as you can see already now, as you kind of get into the details, what data sets, which processes, what are the risk factors, what's our appetite. Some states have a higher appetite for risk, some have a low, it just depends, right? So risk appetite starts to factor into that, but in all cases, you'd want your security officer involved as well to make sure that you're not, obviously taking steps into pulling data, using data, doing things that are just improper use, either legally or ethically, or just frankly, according to policy for the state of Kansas.
Right, and I think from what I've seen with the state of Kansas policy, you do have restrictions about what type of private and secure data that you would use with it. So you would need to follow those guidelines.
Thank you.
Senator Thompson, then Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to is every state using some AI now, or how many are? And implementation of this type into the processes, to me, looks, I think it's going to be a little bit slow because people are not figuring out exactly how to use it and where it makes sense.
I'd say if you've seen one state, you've seen one state. There are a lot of states that are looking at it, studying it. Some are taking a more prohibitive tact in that they're wanting to make sure that it's not used. Other states are looking about how to use it responsibly and in a measured, more enterprise way that has a strategy around it. And then other states are kind of diving straight into the use cases and like, hey, this could automate this or this could do that. And it's a little bit more of a piecemeal, like how do I apply it here versus here versus here? And you know, we advocate having a strategy, having that governance around it, having those frameworks in place to ensure that when you use it, you're using it in the right way so you're not causing harm. But I don't know if Rob, you want to add?
I don't think I would add, is exactly right, Ryan. If you go to the inside the states, usually the experts and the chief information officer, technology officer, et cetera. I mean, the truth is you have a technology architecture now. There's a set of technologies your state uses. These are going to be enterprise class technologies, been approved by the privacy and security office. I mean, they're vetted technologies, enterprise, meaning commercial use, not individual, right? Those technologies include like Microsoft and Google and Amazon. I mean, all these big vendors, right, that are effectively the industrial providers of these type of technologies. And guess what? They're also the main providers of these AI capabilities. They're not exclusive. There's a whole sort of landscape of AI providers that are emerging, given, you know, the conditions of this market, et cetera. But what I see, Senator, is the states that are going forward are taking advantage of those big enterprise class vendors that they already have and taking small steps and rolling it out into control sets. I've got a client that just is a DOT that rolled out Copilot, which is, you know, just a productivity tool that comes with Microsoft, rolled it out to a limited set of folks to see what kind of productivity improvements they could get through mainly the administrative task day-to-day, but the workforce is massive, right? So any kind of small percentage amounts to a lot of improvement, and they're getting up to, I think the statistics, 12 hours per worker per week, right? So they've been in savings, right? So the benchmarks are coming back, and I would encourage, the states are starting to benchmark before and after, so they can actually tell a story. Is this doing anything to move the needle? Versus, you know, what's anecdotal and coming back. So to get factual sort of information, they benchmarked and did a before and after, and they're seeing now the yield and what that's doing. But the technology, back to your point, it's not like they're going out and procuring a new one and there's risk that's got to be calculated into that. They're using existing very large vendors that they already have. Frankly, a lot of these vendors are already rolling out in their current releases of their product, are already rolling out these technologies for commercial use, if you so choose to do so. You still got to activate it and turn it on and these kinds of things and go through that process, that governance process. But that's what I see emerging as the trend. The first movers, the states that are taking advantage of this, are usually going down the path that way.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Schmidt.
I know Senator Alley was kind of downplaying his expertise, but I think his question was really right on the money. And I know that this committee was aspirationally hoping to reach the levels of achievement of the Department of Government Efficiency, but I hope, you know, where data access is concerned, where we've had, I think, the Social Security number of every American, and there are a lot of people in this room and even on this committee that are receiving Social Security right now, all of us had our data stolen by DOJ, by unauthorized access. And I hope that in our excitement to take advantage of these technologies, we don't repeat their mistakes. That's all.
Any other questions or comments before? Okay, we'll turn it back to you all.
Okay. All right. So what I want to do is so we kind of spent a lot of time as we intended to go over AI in general and just kind of, the whole conversation we just had. What I want to talk about is some other innovations. So when we zoom out and say, okay, how might we in government think about efficiency and effectiveness in 2025? What other best practices are out there? What are the benchmarks? How can we kind of think about innovation in other ways as well? So I'm going to touch on some of the stuff we're seeing there because candidly, in terms of what's happening in states that are facing structural deficits, revenue estimate issues, reductions in funds, whether it's federal or otherwise, general revenue funds, et cetera. A lot of states have taken on some pretty interesting innovations, and I just wanted to share that with the committee today. The first thing is we are seeing, I know, a lot around just generally procurement reform, just using these kinds of technologies and going in and helping procurement officers. In many states, they don't have enough procurement officers. They're overtaxed, overworked. It's a very tedious job. It's critical. It has to follow policy and law to the T. And so we're seeing a lot of transformation, innovation happening inside of procurement using these kinds of technologies and others. There's a lot of practices like strategic sourcing. It has nothing to do with technology. Do we need to buy pencils from 15 vendors? Can we do one? And if we do, what's the economies of scale that come with that? And the discounts, right? So, consolidating. So if you look at the two big spend pools of government, you got payroll and you got procurement, right? So when you look at procurement in the spend and the acquisition of services and products, right, there's a lot of opportunities there, but you got to kind of step back from it and say, okay, how might we actually think about taking advantage of some more innovative sort of practices? Strategic sourcing is one of them. Some states have done it. Some states, no way, we're not doing that. It just depends on kind of where the appetite is. It does take a kind of a strategy to drive that. So you'd have to come up with how would we go about it. But that is kind of looking at that procurement and contract spend and how do you actually make sure that you're taking full advantage of the the buying power of the entire state of Kansas, which you'll see in some states, and I don't know, I'm sorry, I don't know the facts here, but in some states, they have delegated authority out into all the agencies, and so they all buy pencils from, I'm using this as an example to bring it home, but they all buy pencils from separate vendors, right? And so the idea is, well, hold on a second, what if we pull it back into a single statewide procurement purchase, use the combined purchasing power of the state of Kansas and try to get an economies of scale on this. And you get into other commodity items. Commodities are the hot ones. You're talking potentially about a significant amount of savings. But you'd have to go through kind of the way practices are actually set up. The policies in some states do not allow for consolidated procurement in this way, et cetera. So these are kind of innovations. When we go back, we talked about policies earlier. Policy innovation is a big one. It's actually one of the bigger needle movers, in my opinion, right now. It's going through policy, simplifying, asking hard questions about why are we doing business this way? If we changed it, what kind of possible efficiencies and or innovation can we get? There's a lot of possibilities in procurement, only because again, back to my point, when you look at the spend, it's concentrated in these two areas, categorically concentrated in these two areas. So procurement's one area. The other is just around, just frankly, assets, buildings, fleets, carrying costs associated with that. How are we actually thinking about streamlining and economizing sort of the carrying costs of assets? A lot of states are looking at fleets. I've been quite surprised here lately in the work that Ryan and I've been doing with a number of states and how many fleets are out there and how much it costs. And the states are doing some of the, in some cases they don't want to do it, but they're doing all the work themselves. They're not getting help from an outside company or anything like this. So fleets are kind of a big one to look at as well, to say, is there a possibility here? A lot of states are looking at that. And then buildings, just in general, the cost of buildings, operating costs, and putting a kind of a lens on that to make sure you're getting the best value, if you will.
And I would just add to that, along with those large assets, it's things like technology assets as well. So data centers is one. Another is just the application portfolio that spans across the state. does the state use 20 applications that all do the same thing, and each agency, has their own flavor? So there's a lot of ways to rationalize the costs associated with technology. That's very much in line with that as well.
So another area just to touch on, education is really important. I mean, candidly, it's the majority of your budget, right? So we are expecting there's proposed legislation making its way through the federal government. I'm not necessarily the expert on those specific pieces of legislation, but there's clearly a movement to move towards giving states more control and authority, what I call more of a whiteboard, moving more towards, block grants as opposed to formula in some cases, really giving states more jurisdiction, pushing down the responsibility, not just the funding, but the responsibility to states. This is going to open up an opportunity for innovation, right? So stepping back to say, how do we actually drive better student outcomes? If we were given more of a whiteboard, how would we draw this up? And if the regulations start to kind of pull back on that, how would we go about thinking about this? This is potentially, and, talking about cost and just educational costs in general. So we do see, just given a lot of the proposed, this hasn't passed, but proposed legislation that's in progress, that might open up a significant amount of innovation for education, and particularly given just the size of that budget here for Kansas, that could be, obviously meaningful for you. And I don't know, right? Yeah, so healthcare, so thank you. Let's see, where do I start on healthcare? There's, let me try to start unpacking that, right? So first thing I need to say is that the rural hospital application is due in November. This is $50 billion the federal government has allocated for the states to apply for funding to sustain their rural hospitals. Our rural hospital landscape in the U.S. is in trouble. This is, I know, no news to all of you, but the good news is the federal government will take the applications earlier. I believe it's in November now. They want the applications turned in. There are responsibilities that you're going to have. You need to come to them with a transformation plan. So you need to outline what it is you're going to do differently and how you're going to invest the federal funds to improve the rural hospitals and to, frankly, keep them solvent and not bankrupt, right? Our rural hospitals generally across several states, there's many of them that have been outlined, even in Kansas, the pre-work we've done just to kind of understand better what the Kansas situation is. My understanding is 85% of the hospitals in Kansas are in trouble, right? They're either insolvent or borderline bankrupt. So that situation is, I would say, when we talk about healthcare and innovation and what kind of things could we do now in terms of being more effective, that I would take, I would definitely take the steps necessary to get that rural hospital. I think you are. I think you've got, my understanding is teams working on this. As the government or the federal government provides those funds, and I'm going to take a swag, $100 million a year, 50, maybe $1 billion over the next 10 years. So we're talking a significant amount of funding that could potentially come to Kansas. I would take that opportunity. What does require a transformation plan, translated innovation. What are the innovations we're going to bring to bear in our rural hospital settings to really, help them be sustainable? There's a lot of things like telehealth and other kinds of clinical setting type things that can be done. How do we bring the workforce up? How do we bring new workforce, a new workforce into these different, areas, et cetera? So there's a lot to be done there. There's not necessarily an answer key for all of this. These are very complicated topics, but the good news is when it comes to healthcare, that's going to open up not only a whole bunch of innovation, but hopefully a whole bunch of funding that, currently Kansas does not have. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Just add on the health and human services front, one of the things that we're helping our state clients with is there are normally multiple health and human services agencies within a state, and we've seen a proliferation of certain programs that exist in every single one of those agencies. So helping them think through where should this program actually exist and get rid of some of the redundancies around having those programs in multiple agencies has also been helpful for our clients.
Yeah. The other part is you get into Medicaid and human services, the benefit safety net programs. There's a lot of revisions being done by the federal government, both in terms of funding and expectations of their role. To sort of summarize it, reducing their role in some areas in large part, others a small part, but the federal government certainly has taken a different position when it comes to states now. And, this is also operating, the way I'm sort of coaching our state is to think about Medicaid or, human services, generally the benefits programs, opening up opportunities to step back and kind of rethink some of those areas. Have we adopted the best practices? What are the benchmarks? How do we come up with new service designs? Could we think about automation to streamline in certain areas where we're struggling? Obviously, when it comes to AI, could we incorporate it in ethical, legal, meaningful use? So I would say innovation in those areas, just due to some of these revisions, particularly on the federal government side, but candidly, a lot of our states are also seeing on the general revenue side issues associated with, sustaining some of those HHS programs as well. So HHS in general, a lot of innovation possibility there. Some of it goes beyond technology and just gets into new ways of working, looking at policy simplification in those areas, like getting into policies that have been on the books since the 20th century. I really challenge, in all the years I started working in the early 90s with government, I still see a lot of these policies on the books from back then, and they're really costing government a lot of money. And the question is why? Why are some of these not being revisited? Why can't we, can we go in and up some of them? You can't. They tie back to statutes, so that would be on you to rethink that. But a lot of these policies can be simplified, streamlined to help, in those areas, help them be more efficient, effective. And candidly, some of the biggest advocates and folks that want to do that are the actual, folks that work in the state and do this type of work. They often actually know what those are and what those possibilities might be. So anyways, I wanted to just bring that up as part of the HHS conversation as well. I think it's probably no surprise you're going to be looking at some fairly significant reductions when it comes to Medicaid and the support the federal government's going to play on that. You'll have to think through that. I mean, this will segue into the next piece that Ryan and I want to talk about. The cuts that are coming potentially down for HHS, but not in some of these other areas, are of a size and a magnitude that really, in our opinion, are going to require you to step back on the executive branch. Some of these, as you go out into 27, 28, 29, you kind of see what the reduction in the federal participation looks like. It's really kind of a calling card for action to say, okay, how are we going to address these? Are we going to pull from other areas, use our general revenue in different ways, and really fill kind of those holes, if you will, with our general revenue? Or are we going to rethink operations? Are we going to rethink services? What kind of populations are we going to, I mean, there's a lot of calculus that's going to have to go into this. And, what I'm saying to states, because a lot of states are of the opinion, well, we've got time to do this. The truth is you don't. The lead time to go through this complexity is going to be quite significant, in my opinion. And so the time really is now, so you don't get caught by surprise. Certainly Kansas, and in my opinion, you guys are in a good fiscal position right now. This situation is going to play out over the coming years. The time would be now to start thinking through how to go about addressing this, and you may have to look at other areas of the executive branch to really go about kind of addressing some of these HHS issues and reduction of federal participation. I don't know if you want to add to that.
No, I think you've covered it well. I think I'm good.
Okay. I'm going to do a time check real quick here. I think we got 20 minutes. Is that right? Okay. All right. So let me talk about real quick how. So how do you sort of go about this in a logical sort of, disciplined way to address, if you were to look at sort of the executive branch. So what Ryan and I spent a lot of time doing, quite candidly, across multiple states right now, is helping them think about a very structured, process. It essentially takes, a view of the executive branch where, I kind of use I told my dad this when I explained it to him. This is kind of like an x-ray scan, right? Doing an x-ray scan of the executive branch. Well, what does that mean? Well, actually, if you step back and you go across the executive branch and you say, how might we, what are the possibilities given benchmarks and best practices, leading kind of technologies, et cetera, you go across an executive branch and you look through the back, mid, and front office, across the programs. It's amazing what you find. Well, I won't name the state, but it's very close to this one. Ryan and I just finished it up with them, take them through an entire executive branch diagnostic, and I think the governor almost fell out of his chair once we were done. And the idea was there not to actually poke at anybody, because everybody's doing a great job in the state. It was just to really surface what are some of the possibilities that can actually come about if you look at what other states are doing from a best practice standpoint. And this is back to if you've seen one state, you've seen one state. I think Ryan and I would both say we feel very convinced of that now that we've actually gone through this discovery diagnostic exercise where you can kind of, take revenue, HHS, transportation, labor, back office functions, regulatory capabilities. You take all of these and say, how might we incorporate some more efficient and effective ways of working, and what would that look like from a fiscal standpoint in terms of savings? It's amazing what you find. So what we say is to our clients is just take that step. I mean, you can do it yourself. You can get somebody to help. I mean, in the commercial world, there's certainly firms like ours that do this for our clients. But the idea is to go through that kind of surface level view and then bring that back to say, okay, now with those insights, what would we do to actually go about addressing this set of issues that we're going to face over the next 3, 4, or 5 years? Put a horizon on it, because it's going to play out differently for different states, and really come up with those opportunities. So that involves, like Ryan talked about earlier, there's a lot of that diagnostic type of work we can actually do with data in what I call data in the clear, public data. It's widely available. Open data portals are fantastic for us. I mean, I think I've shared this with you. There's a lot of data available that's publicly available outside the firewall. To actually get into real opportunities, what would those look like across things like, innovation within our programs, transformation in our back office, service redesign, move into digital sort of capabilities, et cetera. What you'll find once you go behind what I call the firewall, but that's into the data the state has. And yes, you wouldn't need to provide any PII, personal identifying information. This would be generally operational and financial data, and you pull that together with the best practice sets. You can get into an opportunity definition. What are our opportunities that we could take advantage of, given the challenges we have, and then roll that into some kind of way of thinking through, here's how we could kind of blueprint a new model, put a roadmap, a new investment plan. What kinds of things do we want to invest in to be ready for the fiscal picture that's going to play out in the coming year? So that activity, back to my point earlier, there's not a lot of lead time given some of these changes that we're seeing from many states. Yes, it's a few years, et cetera, but it's going to take a few years to get through this process. Many states are going to have to deal with this statutorily. And so some of these innovations and these opportunities in order to capitalize on them is really going to take, for example, your support as senators. So anyways, I'll close out and just say, and Ryan, I don't know if you want to add anything to this, but just say that taking a kind of structured, disciplined process like that and looking at holistically might be something that you want to do at some point here in the not too distant future.
I'll just close out by saying thank you for the opportunity to meet with you all today and to answer your questions. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm not letting you off the hook that easy.
That's fine.
Because, yeah, what you can share, I understand. But you said you had just finished up with a state that's close to us. And can you share with us a little bit of, like, you said that their governor almost fell off their chair. So obviously, the internal, because a lot of times in this committee, we hear, why are you guys looking at ways of looking if we're going to detect anything, or if we already have an internal process in place? That's what we hear from agencies. Well, we're monitoring that, and we assure you it's all good. I'm assuming we're not unique in hearing that from our agencies. I'm assuming whatever state you're referring to probably had heard the same thing as well. So obviously there was things discovered that no one really knew about. Their internal processes were not catching. Can you give us any idea the scope? I mean, to me, it sounds jaw-dropping. I'm going to assume that on the surface, I think it looks like, because a lot of what this committee receives is self-reported. And what we need to do is get beyond that. And if what's being self-reported is completely accurate and on, great. But it's our job to vet and make sure that that's exactly what's going on, because we know that there are systemic problems in other states and the country as a whole. So without divulging anything you can't, what scope are we looking at that was uncovered by what the work you did in this other state?
So I'll just speak broadly and say that typically the lens that has not been applied, I mean, it has to some degree through state auditors and things like that, but it's a statewide lens where there are a lot of opportunities when you get past the walls of a specific agency and you look at things that span across agencies, there are typically less people looking at that in aggregate. And so there are opportunities there that can be quite large. The other thing I will say is that many of these agencies do have a fairly good idea of opportunities. What they need is to understand from the overall leadership of the state to what degree of transformation are they permitted to really look at. What I typically see are incremental, smaller changes, but there are really interesting ways of being quite transformative that will take political capital to do. It may be completely different ways of running programs. It could be different ways of organizing your agencies. It could be things like that that really need a power source at the legislative branch or the executive branch to push forward. And so what we try to do is lay out kind of the realm of the possible with those benchmarks across kind of incremental changes, transformative changes, and more of what we call like reinventive, like massive like changes that could require political, a lot of political power to push through. And when you look at that extreme end of the spectrum with those bigger changes, I mean, you can look at pretty radical savings across the state. And I don't know, Rob, if you have benchmarks you want to share on.
Well, I mean, yeah, Senator, so a lot of agencies, and you look at the executive branch, a lot of states don't have a sunset commission or a sunset process, right? So, you know, how might we go about a hard look at all our agencies and our efficiencies, and how do we do it across the whole of the executive branch, and who does that? Well, as it turns out, some states have that, some states don't, which frankly, I didn't know actually until this spring. I kind of assumed all states have that, but it turns out, no, that's not the case. So back to the who's looking at the statewide sort of picture. Do we have the right number of agencies? If we combine certain agencies where they operate more efficiently and effectively, no, this doesn't mean layoffs and people lose their jobs. It's just structurally and operationally, how are we operating in the most efficient and effective way? The good news is there's lots of benchmarks. We can look across 49 other states and we can say, here's the bell curve, right? In terms of how many programs, how many functions, how many services, how are the services provided? How many agencies do we have? What's an acceptable number of them? Which one of these states have sunset processes? Which ones don't? And you'll see there may not be a due process that's associated with actually thinking through the structure of government on a regular recurring basis in due course, because it's just not set up in a way, the state's not set up in a way to do that in a very sort of recurring kind of structured kind of way. So, so what we're seeing in some of these states where we're working is they don't have a way to do that. And so when we run across the executive branch saying, here's all 49 other states plus our humble opinion of what best practices are, and we run sort of the analysis because you got all these others to look at as comparables, it's real interesting what you see. And it's all over the board. You look at structural change, structural opportunities, services, how we're providing services, who's providing services, how technology plays a role, cost to serve, things like organizational costs, payroll costs, procurement costs. I mean, there's all these buckets that, span across, that go across all kinds of agencies, that this cross-cutting, I mean, it goes back to a lot of the ways government was set up in the 20th century was by design to prevent corruption and fraud, waste, and abuse. So you see these silos of excellence going across government. The truth is, when we sit in 2025, is that the proper way to operate, given the way we've got our security protocols and other, sort of controls and control structures and process. And so we see when we go about kind of looking at this holistically, we see a lot of possibilities going through some kind of like exercise where we take a hard look at this. And when I say possibilities, just because it's a possibility doesn't mean it's an opportunity. You got to put it through due process. You got to do due diligence. Is this the right thing? Does it make sense? You got to go to that next level click, but the sort of scan across it to say, what is those possibilities is something many states are going through right now, just so they're informed. Because to your point, it's overwhelming. Where do we even start? How do we even know? How do we get informed? What's it even look like when you look across the other 49 states? The sort of that scan across will give you those sort of insights that you need to start making more informed decisions about what could we do in Kansas.
So across the benchmarks, in general, is there a state that you point to as the gold standard? Not the highest in everything, but overall across the benchmarks, is there a state that's that you would point to? And
One
it's,
state, have you seen one state? You've seen one state.
I would say that.
that's the one state I want to see.
So I would say that it's complicated in the sense that different states are good at different things. I wouldn't say that there's a state that is good at everything across the board. And so if you look at programmatic performance, certain states are going to be better than others. If you look at fiscal policy and budgeting processes, another state might be the outlier, et cetera. But I don't have those numbers ready for you right here today, unfortunately. But it does differ state by state based on what you're looking at.
Cinderella, are you guys ready for some questions?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Great, Cinderella.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we hear this, sometimes we go about and says, we've got to save some money, we've got to look for some efficiencies. But what we don't look at and what we don't have is the other half of that equation is what's it cost us to get those efficiencies?
Yeah.
So if we have a agency that's doing things like they've always done them, to change them to a new way of doing things is going to cost us X.
Right.
What is that magical number that says, okay, we can make this change, but it's going to cost us this? And we don't ever look at that number. So what is that number?
Well, you're correct. You are correct. Spending CapEx to save OpEx is the name of the game, right? In most cases. Ryan talked about it. I mean, we have our own sort of methodology, if you will. You got this bucket of innovation stuff, you got this bucket of transformation stuff, and you got this bucket of reinvention stuff. And as you go across these reinvention stuff, this is hard, like really hard, structural change, right? And when you get into some of the things that are in the transformation reinvention area, you could get into, if you're trying to save 100 million, do we need to spend 10 million to get there to, reskill our workers and get the new processes and put some tools up underneath it? Yes, actually, probably, right? So this idea of spending some capital money to take, your operating budget and kind of redo it, if you will. I mean, obviously the objective in many cases is to achieve savings. In some cases, it's to reduce risk and be more effective, better citizen, centric, if you will, from delivering services. But yes, the CapEx can range from all the way from 5 to 10 to 15 to 20% of whatever that operating, spend is in that area. But, what I say to my clients is when you think about that, let's just take the $100 million example. So you reduce, 100 million down to 80, but you invest 10, but you take it down to 80 year over year over year over year, right? So you do that calculus and say, what's that sort of ROI, just like we would look at investing in anything. What I would encourage you to do is do that. May you make sure that you understand. And when we talked about opportunities earlier, possibilities are one thing. You should know that so you're informed. Opportunities really get into what do we got to spend to actually achieve this, and let's get that nailed down in dollars and cents, time, et cetera. So what I'd say is you get over to that right side of the spectrum into the more complex stuff, the investment goes up higher because you're dealing with bigger, larger, opportunities that in many cases require structural change.
And I would say that what we prefer to do is more of a bottom-up on that investment requirement per opportunity. So as we work with our clients, we take it from possibility to opportunity. We build out those business cases individually. And as part of those business cases, we show the investment amount to get the return that is being discussed. And so, and in addition to that, we are looking at funding sources and things like that as well. So I mentioned at the top of the presentation, for one client, looking at revolving funds as an example of fund balances that have been stagnant, that are growing at a rapid rate, more so than that they're being expended, and maybe potentially sweeping some of those funds to fund some of the investments needed to take advantage of these opportunities.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Is there any of our committee members online that have anything? I just want to double check. Okay. Well, we so appreciate the information. You've given us a lot to think about. Appreciate your insights, and the AI, I know, is something that it either scares us or knowing the opportunity there and that there are standards for responsible use in order to use it to hopefully identify some opportunities for this committee. So appreciate that so much. Anything else you'd like to share, or?
I would just say thank you. It was a pleasure being in front of all of you today. We really appreciate the opportunity. And thank you for being a great customer as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so committee, I gave you a heads up that the next item on our agenda is just looking at future potential topics for this committee to look at. I have had several submitted to me individually, but wanted to open it up in light of anything we've heard in the last couple of days that we want to perhaps look at more in depth, or other issues that you've thought about since we last met that might be of interest for us to pursue. So I'm going to just open it up for any of those opportunities. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think from what we heard yesterday in relation to the fire marshal and all that kind of stuff, I think that certainly needs to be continued. That conversation needs to continue. And then, of course, this what we just talked about here with the AI, I think there's a lot. This is just sort of cracking the surface what we've done so far. So it's going to take a lot more of that, looking into that as well. And those would be a couple things that I would hope we'd pursue.
Senator Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Dovetailing on that AI discussion, I guess I would want to know from probably Tamara and David, where are we on the transparency for AI, and whether or not we need to make that a better priority, because it's apparent that AI is going to become more and more a part of our world, whether we like it or not, and whether or not we can require because I know there's a lot of I've talked to lawyers who, in some cases are, and this is outside the realm of state government, but within their private practice are either using AI or have seen AI do some things that they didn't like. Whether or not it's possible for us to require AI disclosures, in other words, this document was generated with AI, whether or not it's possible for us to implement that on a statewide basis, just so people know. Or, I mean, there's all sorts of different ways AI could be used to deceive people, and I think from a not necessarily regulatory standpoint, but more of a disclosure and transparency standpoint, if that's something we can do, so that consumers are aware of that. And I think our advisors probably need to do a little homework for us on that to see whether or not that's something that we can do on the AI front. One other area, and this is something we haven't necessarily discussed before, but there's an organization called Mid-America Regional Council, which is an appointed board that was originally formed in the 1960s as a bi-state compact with Kansas and Missouri. And it was originally formed just to distribute transportation funds. They have expanded their scope far beyond what the original intent of that board exists, to the point where they become a de facto governmental entity, because they determine a lot of funds that are distributed, particularly in northeast Kansas. I don't know how far and wide that scope goes, but I think they overstep their bounds significantly, and I would like to look at that, because I think can we get out of that bi-state compact? I know it takes an act of Congress to actually do it, but there's a lot of money that they are distributing that could come into this state that we could, the Department of Transportation could handle the implementation of that money rather than Mid-America Regional Council. There is no accountability to that group at all, and I would like to see us look at that. The other issue that I've made note on, there are some cities and counties where they are not necessarily following state law. I know of a couple examples. And what kind of recourse do we have, state funding going to these entities, if they are unwilling to enforce law? Is that something we can do? Claw back some money there. I'm just looking at my list here. I think that's all I've got right now.
Keep thinking. I know they'll come to you. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very interesting discussion on AI. We hear the opportunities, but there's also, I believe, some concern if we do not do it safely. If we do not protect our data that we have, and getting that data out there. If you've ever had a data breach on your computer, you know how hard it is to get that information back, if you can get it back. We looked at all the agencies, we looked at the departments. Our biggest department, of course, is education. And we got higher education, we got K through 12. We have that. I think we need to look into, let's just take higher education for a moment. At our major universities, we know we have colleges underneath the major universities. And are there funds sitting in our colleges inside the major universities that are holding millions of dollars? Is that being invested? Is that being used? How is that being used? And I think we need to look at that. Similar, we go into our K through 12, and we know that the unencumbered balance funds in each one of our high schools or school districts continues to rise. I was looking at one last night, and over the last 20 years, it went from holding $1,900,000 to holding $7.5 million. And you say, what's that money being used for? Well, that's our money. You don't need to ask those questions. But I think it is something, it's taxpayer money. So there's some opportunity there that we can look at. The other one that I have is when we set about to look at government efficiency, what is our target? What's our goal? What are we trying to go, what are we trying to get to? I mean, is it a number? Is it a percentage? It just efficiency in general. I think that needs to be, the return on investment. What is that number we're trying to achieve? And then the other thing that I think we have to look at is on our programs that we put out, we need to say, okay, these programs, such as our incentives to our industry, we're going to give X number of dollars to industry. What is the return that's coming back to us? And that needs to be told to us so that we know if it's a good opportunity, if it's a good investment. We don't know right now. I don't think we have a way to attach. Okay, this program's good. We're going to continue to fund it, but all of a sudden it's losing money, or it's not making any money, not bringing us a return. So I think those are the things that I've taken from this.
Yes, Senator Thompson.
Yeah, kind of, and Senator Alley brought up some great points. And maybe just kind of put a fine point on that is, how we'll get these ideas. And, this is a new committee, essentially. I mean, we're not even a year old now. But how do we most efficiently implement these ideas, convey it to like Ways and Means in ways that they can work with our recommendations? I mean, we've had legislative post audit around for quite a while. We have Bob Bethel, all these different committees that look at, ways to improve the efficiencies. But how do we actually put that into action? And I think that was basically the point Senator Alley was getting to. Is there some way we can talk to leadership to some degree about, how can we effectively, come up with some recommendations that we can move into other committees and turn into legislation that is actually going to be actionable? That's the hard part. And we're out here, we need to get in here, but that's a long process. Kind of like this AI discussion, we know it's coming down the tracks, but how much of that are we going to be able to reasonably implement, with certainty that we're not creating unintended consequences? So tricky. I don't have the answer. I'm just throwing it out there for discussion.
Well, I will say there was intention in the makeup of this committee in terms of we have the chair of Fed and State, we have the chair of Commerce, we have the chair of Ways and Means, we have the chair of Education. And so that was intentional so that as these issues arise and it makes more sense for one of those other committee chairs perhaps to take an issue, or so we're not duplicating if there are issues before another committee, so that we make sure we are operating internally as efficient as possible in dealing with the scope of these issues for sure. So appreciate that. While you guys are thinking some more, I don't see anyone online yet. One of the things that I know we've gotten in the process, but it is a big one, are NGOs. Okay. NGOs, to me, we have no idea how many, how they operate in our state. And so that has been a request I've made some time ago, and I know the request has gone out to different agencies and organizations to report that. So we will be hopefully having some solid information and data as to the footprint of NGOs in the state of Kansas, where they are, who they are, how they're operating, how they function, how much money they're getting from taxpayers. So that's one I know that I have in the works. I would like to see us, it was interesting, Rob and Ryan kind of, if you notice the list that they had, procurement reform. Well, I think we heard a little bit about that yesterday. That's on our radar, and granted, we are just scratching the surface, but I do think it was reassuring to hear that that's an issue that they are seeing in other states, and digging deeper into that during our regular session time. The assets part that they mentioned, the buildings, the fleet's something new, but we have been looking at office space and how much, square foot we have and how much it costs to maintain that, and are we using our space efficiently? So I feel like we've already got a little bit of a jump on that. The duplication of technology functions, I think because of the lack of communication that we heard from this morning amongst agencies, there's no doubt to me if there's a lack of communication, there's duplication of effort and duplication of technology and so I think that's something worth looking at as well. Regulations. I don't know about you, but there are all kinds of fascinating TV shows about hoarders. I see us as being hoarders of regulation. We never throw any of them out, right? And so this is an area that I think would be very interesting to look at, to perhaps have AI do a comparison of, maybe identifying some regs that we know. We have had a couple of agencies come and say, this regulation was back when we took paper copies, remember the Secretary of State? But to me, that is like picking pepper out of gnat poop. It is so finite and so tedious. I would like to see maybe a wider sweep of that. And I'm very interested in looking at a sunset. I think we need to have a sunset that we don't currently have in Kansas. So those are a few. Keep thinking. I'm going to turn it over to Senator Shane. Senator?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. I think one of the issues that we ought to spend just a little bit of time on that I think was highlighted in our conversation on the state fire marshal is trying to come up with a proposal where we have discordant or disagreeing statutes and or regulations, and trying to maybe define a process on how that can be mediated and handled. I think that the example between KDADS and the state fire marshal is just one example, but not the only example. And, when you have so many years of history of laws and regulations, at the end of the day, it's kind of inevitable, and it probably makes sense for us to come up with a proposal for a process on how to mediate when those disagreements exist. So I think I would like to certainly see that one. I would also propose that this committee could lean in on blending the conversation on AI as well as with the inspector general's reportings and findings to us from the audits. I think that it would make sense for us. I asked a question earlier and made a comment regarding, it's not just when we're talking about the compliance for Medicaid reimbursements in our schools, the impact isn't just to Medicaid reimbursement, but it also impacts funding and how much money we provide for K-12. And so getting a grasp on what the real ramifications are and kind of a ground truth of what's happening in the schools, I think would be a good blended use of government efficiency and education as well. And then, of course, Madam Chair, some issues that I've sent as proposals as well in the past, but that from the last couple of days, some stuff I think it would make sense for us to spend time on.
Thank you, Senator Shane. Any other items or topics of interest that we can put on our future agenda list? Senator Alley.
Madam Chair, I think someone just said it, that other committees, as you say here, we're represented with several of the chairmen, those committees perhaps should be given an assignment to do work in their particular area and not rely on here, but report back to this area, report back to this committee their findings in their particular scope of interest. So that way, it's not all just on this committee, but it could be other, you can involve more people and get maybe more efficiencies.
Well, trust me, if one of you came and said, hey, we'd like to take the ball and run with this, I'll say, great. We'll cross that one off. We've got our plate full and appreciate that. But yes, how can we most effectively deal with the topics that we want to get at? So appreciate that. Anything else from anyone? Okay, our next meeting right now is scheduled for October 14th for one day. I do know there are a couple of committee conflicts on that date. I have one myself, but I will be here if that's the date that works for everyone. If you have a conflict with that date, could you please alert staff ASAP? We are a small committee in number, so we're trying really hard to maximize and accommodate everyone's schedule, but check October 14th. If you have a conflict, can you please let Stephen or Matthew or Connie know as soon as possible so we can get some numbers put together? Okay, is there anything else that we need to cover for the good of the whole? I so appreciate everyone who's testified. Staff, as always, we have a phenomenal staff. Thank you so much for all of your help. And we will look forward to seeing you on October 14th at this point. We are adjourned.